on Zoom?
Say again.
We need to end the video.
No, you don't have to be on. We will have the classification and compensation study consultant come in on Zoom. You guys don't have to get on Zoom, but we'll be able to hear her and we'll do her PowerPoint here.
Awesome.
We have to do a call to order.
All right. This is the October 23rd Town Council Budget Workshop. Call the meeting to order. No, not quite a week.
I'll just note all members are present.
Great. Well, then we'll get started. You guys want the good news or the bad news first?
Bad.
Yeah, let's do bad news.
Bad news.
Get the bad out of the way.
So the bad news is that you guys have to spend the next 5 hours talking about budget. Want the good news?
Sure.
You get to hang out with me and Pam for the next 5 hours. And there's treats. So that's the good news. And I did have to run that by Pam because I knew she'd roll her eyes if I said that.
You know, yes.
What's for lunch?
Yeah, really, you're.
Are we there yet?
Gotta have something to look forward to.
We do appreciate you all being here. I know it's a Saturday and there's a lot of things you'd rather be doing than sitting around a table talking budget. I do appreciate your time. I'm just going to go over a few things first, and this should look a lot like pretty much exactly the same as what was presented last year. I'll go over the goals of the retreat. I'll give a pretty brief overview of the budget adoption process. Most of you have a really good handle of that process and approach, but there's some relatively new folks here that would benefit from hearing that. That overview. Want to spend some time giving you guys the opportunity to highlight or pinpoint specific items that you want to talk about budget related so that we can make note and come back to it at a later time. You know, just it could be anything. Want to talk about a certain project, you have an idea, want to report on something that was going on in 2020 or 2021, et cetera. So really want to spend some time having you guys let us know what you want to talk about or hear about so we can make a note. And again, come back to it later. And then Pam will give, will lead the presentation on the draft 2022 fiscal year budget, going through all of our funds. And then we'll have Lori Messer. I think it's just Lori, but Lori and Nicole are with Logic Compensation Group, and they were hired to do the classification and compensation study, like I was saying earlier, and they have produced the final report. And it has been an absolute pleasure working with them. We're really excited to have Lori come in and give an executive summary of all that work. So she'll come in and, really appreciate her coming in. And she's in Arizona, so 9:45, about 9:45 Arizona time on a Saturday. So that shouldn't take too long, but want to make sure you all have all the information and ask questions to her about their methodology and the work they've produced. And then we'll start a review of the capital improvements plan for about 40-45 minutes, give or take. Then we'll do a lunch break. Joanne will arrive for that conversation before the lunch break. After the lunch break, we'll continue that CIP conversation. I kind of envision that being one of the bigger pieces here and one of the longer conversations. And if we have time, we didn't get to it last year, if you guys remember, but we can talk about council priorities leading to the draft of a 2022 strategic plan to guide the work of staff over 2022. There is a progress report for the 2021 strategic plan in Dropbox. Looks a lot similar to the one that was in the packet a few months ago, but we progressed on some of those items since then. Any questions on the agenda? So the goals are pretty self-explanatory, looking for council consensus and direction on specific revisions or approaches to certain things in relation to the budget, all three funds, certain line items, et cetera. You all have the opportunity to ask questions, ask for additional information that we can either provide today or if we can't, look into and provide at a later time. You can ask us to provide or do some analysis on certain items or ideas, and again, present options for you all to consider at a later time. So that's a big one too. Direction for the capital improvement projects, and of course, direction for the 2022 strategic plan if we have time to get there. So this slide comes from the charter for the town of Ridgway. So I'm just going to kind of read through it. It's pretty self-explanatory and basic, but I think it's really reviews the fundamentals of the budget adoption process. And if you haven't had a chance to look through it, I encourage you to do so, but I'll go ahead and go through it right now. The town council shall cause the preparation of a proposed annual budget by the first regular council meeting in October of each year for the next fiscal year. That was achieved when Pam introduced the 2022 proposed budget on October 13th, so just last week. It's also a statutory requirement. So again, it's not just in the charter, but it's a statutory requirement that it be presented before, I think, what is it, October 15th?
October 15th.
The budget shall contain at a minimum the following information. There's a whole list there. Detailed revenues, expenditures, and balances for each fund and account for the prior fiscal year, the adopted budget for the current fiscal year, the estimated actual revenues and expenditures for the current year, and the budget year. Prior to adoption, probably shouldn't note that. Prior to adoption of the budget, a public hearing shall be held, notice of which shall be posted and published once in a newspaper of general circulation within the town at least 15 days prior to the hearing. Pam, I believe you've already noticed that hearing for December 8th, right? Prior to that adoption of the budget, council may amend the proposed budget as appropriate. Motivation for today's workshop and some of the subsequent budget hearings. The budgeted expenditures shall be balanced by budgeted revenues, which may include fund balances and reserves. Finally, the council shall adopt the budget by a minimum vote of 4 members of council by a resolution prior to December 15th. Adoption of the budget shall constitute the appropriation of the budgeted expenditures by fund. So we'll definitely meet that December 15th mark when you all consider adopting the budget on December 8th. Any questions there? And then this is just to depict the remaining timeline. We're here at the budget retreat, October 23rd. November 10th is your next regularly scheduled meeting. That'll be another time where Pam and I present another overview of the budget. We'll follow up on any council directions or requests for information. And of course, it's a time for you all to provide input and ask questions and for the public to comment. November 18th is a standalone budget workshop we've scheduled. Same type of setting where we present at that point, like a 30,000 foot level overview of the budget. We'll follow up on any directions or requests for information from council. Review and direction on council initiatives and funding requests. I think that's a big one. You all spend time going through each individual request from nonprofits and other organizations. We'll present the 2022 strategic plan, a draft of that strategic plan for you all to comment on and provide direction on in advance of December 8th. And of course, it's an overarching opportunity for you to further discuss what we have going on in 2022 or propose for 2022 and for the public to comment. December 8th is the culmination. You all will consider adopting the budget, including the capital projects plan, the strategic plan, and then consider approving the resolution certifying the mill levy.
Question, what time would the meeting be on the 8th?
On December 8th.
Yeah, is that an evening?
That'll be that's a regular town council.
Regular
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the
as
second.
is the 10th.
10th, yeah, exactly.
November 18th, I hope to be blowing bubbles underwater on Honduras. So I'm not gonna be here.
Oh, we feel so sorry.
Yeah, assuming all goes well.
You would opt to do that instead of being here.
Was it-
I am here today for my long weekend.
Budget adoption process. I think this is the last slide before I'll turn it over to Pam, but kind of went over this last year, so you all get a handle of my philosophy, and I think you all share this to an extent, or maybe fully. And I know Pam does as well. We want to balance our core operation expenses with conservative revenue projections. We want to ensure long-term fiscal stability. We want to, this one's a big one, provide for the delivery of quality services and maintain and enhance service delivery. To do that, we need the resources and the staff to provide a high level of services. And then this is, I think, the biggest one, number 4, establish reserves necessary to meet known, and the big one is the unknown. Should have capitalized unknown. And COVID was definitely an unknown. So this time last year, it was quite the ordeal trying to budget for an unknown, but unknown future obligations. The next slide goes over what we think we'll have in relation to operation reserves. I'm going to skip this and we'll come back to it later. Once Pam kind of goes to the budget and provides that overview, but really want you all to have a handle on how healthy our reserve is. Now, healthy overall we are. You guys want to talk about? It may seem like a silly question, but if there's any burning desires to talk about anything in particular, let us know.
How are the staffing levels? For example.
That's a good one.
Quick question, it might come up in the capital budget issue, but resulting from that meeting the other night with the Millie Street, what was the final direction we set? Did we just give you guys enough was there enough information aired for you to get direction? I don't know if we actually wrapped that up or concluded. I don't know where that plays into here. I assume some of the capital improvements budget.
So good. So let's go back to Kevin. Staffing levels. That's a really good question that I think we'll touch on throughout the course of the presentation. We'll definitely let you know what you think. Pam and I are definitely proposing an increase in staffing levels in certain areas. Overall, I think we're good staffing level wise, but we have to plan accordingly for growth and making sure we maintain that enhanced service delivery. So I don't have a specific answer, but I think you'll learn as we go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll make sure we touch on that.
And kind of under that, I've gotten feedback from the public. I know you really liked working with TJ and the consultants, but I have been approached multiple times by the public about they would like to see us with an in-house planner.
Totally. And I know you guys are approached, and I'm approached daily with that.
Yes.
There seems to be, just to be candid, I have no problem saying this on camera, there seems to be some sort of rumor or misconception that I don't want, or we don't want collectively to hire an in-house planner. I don't know why anyone would ever think that is not true. I think I've told some of you, maybe not all, we really wanted to make sure we got this classification and compensation study back so that we can advertise a correct salary range for either a planner position or a senior planner position, so that we attract the right folks. So,
Well, that's what I've
We're
told
at the-
people. Like,
yeah.
we got to go through the budget process. We've had a study like this. This is a thing we haven't forgotten about.
Yeah, TJ and his team have done a dynamite job, but I cannot wait for the day where we have another Shay in to be the face-to-face interaction for planning related questions and be the boots on the ground and really see the tangibles. TJ, again, fantastic, but he's looking on a Google map or a GIS map. It's not the same thing.
Well, or he told me the other day, like, oh, I don't have access to the town's GIS files for where utilities are. I was like,
So
At the same time, though, one of the things that gets me is that some people have gone over and over about how they're in Silverthorne and they don't understand Ridgway. And I'm like, anybody we hire is going to have a bunch of time to come up to speed on Ridgway. They're not going to know any more than TJ does.
Yeah.
Sure, they'll be in the office, they'll be in Ridgway, they'll have access to things that TJ maybe doesn't have access to exactly. But it's the whole issue is just way blown out of proportion. It's interesting how these things happen.
So just to be clear, I have, we just issued the materials for the community initiatives facilitator because Deidre's notified us that she's retiring in the year. We don't have a consultant lined up for that. So that was the priority to get those out so that there's an overlap with Deidre. I have the materials drafted for a planner position, which will go out early next week. Wanted to make sure you all were comfortable with what Lori, but Pam and I present here in relation to compensation. And then I'll be ready to go out on Monday or Tuesday. I know, again, some of y'all have been asking, and I keep saying soon, soon, soon. Well, soon is here. So we're going to get that out. In relation to Amelia Street, no, we didn't get the direction, at least from where I'm sitting. I thought it was a fantastic meeting. Sure, there was a lot of, great feedback, a lot of dialogue coming from different, a bunch of different spots. John, I think you did a great job trying to navigate that, all the various inputs. Everyone really did. There was no need, and I tried to communicate that at the beginning, that there was no pressing need for specific direction or a go, no go at the meeting. I think it wrapped up in the way, in a very appropriate way. While there's other forums and venues for us to discuss ultimate direction on that project, specifically because we only have a very general ballpark estimate for what it's going to cost to do that entirety of the scope of work. So we'll talk about, I would hope we talk about that a little bit more during the CIP discussion. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, the reason I brought that up, I was reviewing the agenda for that because it was still on my screen the other day. And it said that we were going to conclude with some sort of direction. I thought, I'm not sure we did that.
It's just a kind of a standard template.
Yeah,
Imagine there might be, you got a plan for if there is going to be consensus on how to move forward, but nothing wrong in a workshop setting. Thank you for your input. We'll take that into consideration as we move forward. Was pretty much what I heard.
A budget topic that we aren't necessarily budgeting for this year, but I would like to keep an eye on is Crested Butte has a ballot measure to have a $2,500 vacant, essentially a vacant home surcharge / tax on their ballot this fall. I'm certainly not suggesting we jump into it, but I would love to keep an eye on that as we move forward. Just as we think about how can we have some money to fund affordable housing, how can we encourage long-term renting? I think they're an analogous community to us in a lot of ways, a little bigger, but I would love us all to kind of keep an eye on how that progresses.
I couldn't agree
Take
more.
some lessons.
I was going to bring that up as well. The way I look at it is a speculative real estate tax. And I think it's something we should definitely look at is any and all ways of discouraging people just buying properties and saying,
I just want to see, the things about Ridgway that people love, where people are living in homes, whether they're renters, whether they are, whatever the case may be, a neighbor that you can go to and know is a whole lot nicer than a rotating cast of people. So anyway, I think we should all kind of keep an eye on that one.
Along those lines, I don't know the actual mechanism to do it, but I would like to see someone putting something aside for affordable housing somehow or another. I mean, it's been an issue and it's been talked about for over 20 years that I'm aware of. At this point, we have initiatives going on, but I'm not sure we're there yet. And as with the Habitat, they came and asked us for water taps. I think we can totally expect the same thing out of the Integrity Foundation. And I know we had a little bit of money we got from the sale of the portion of land down here, but we need some sort of coffer in order to be able to pony that up or do more if we can.
we still have a line.
We'll discuss it.
I
I think that ballot measure in particular, it's going to be voted on by the people who live in town or registered voters in town. And it is a tax that makes sense to apply to housing, right? If you're removing housing stock from someone who's living in it, that tax to me makes a lot of sense. And it's interesting to read some of the feedback at Crested Butte, but I agree. Even if it's not a giant funding stream, something that we can look at our community and say, we have this money to do something.
We are trying. I think we're doing a pretty good job of trying. There was a funny comic in the paper a few weeks ago that
I missed it.
But and it's bizarre. I'm not really sure even what. I mean, Pudum, his comics in the paper just really sort of go over my head sometimes. But it basically is old fart looking guys sitting around the table, and the one guy says, Yeah, I'm afraid it's true. It looks like Ridgway's doing a better job at affordable housing.
I have to go find this.
Some of that's not necessarily a quote, but I
Sure is
actually
a lot of blowback on the Lena Street. Just scuttlebutt, now that it's becoming more visually evident.
What's
Way,
that?
yeah, the Lena Street Commons,
Oh, right,
yeah,
right.
it's just, where you go, I can't believe this, 900,000 places.
Yeah. Well, now that we're talking big picture stuff, I definitely, would, on this idea is it's sort of time for us to start talking about, how we feel about the incredible explosion of growth and whether there's anything that we can even do about it. I don't know. But I mean, between Lynn Street and when I think about the fact that the triangle subdivision is charging down the tracks. Not everybody here probably knows about Jack Young and his desire to do some 30 units or something down across the highway next to the Regents building on that lot.
In addition to what's he's doing now?
Yes.
Yeah, in addition. And then I think I heard, and I don't know if I'm talking out of school, the president stopped me by him, but the quarter block directly across from Space to Create has the two double wides on it. Apparently, that guy's come in with Sandra to preliminarily discuss a project there. So, we've been discovered, real estate prices have gone through the roof. And actually, I was remembering that this is actually was kind of predicted when we first started looking at Space to Create. And one of the things they said was whenever we do a project in a community, it almost always spurs more of the same. And at the time, we were like, yeah, that's great. Now we're going, is that great? So, I mean, I think, I've had people come to me, JT Thomas, people like that, saying, maybe we need a moratorium. But it's like, what does that look like? You can't just put on the brakes and say no growth. But
You can only do a moratorium if you need to develop a plan to
Yeah,
move forward. You can't just
Yeah.
stop development on people's
Exactly.
private homes.
So I mean, we're supposed to have that study done on like water carrying capacity and stuff, and so that might play into it in terms of, okay, we have this many proposed units, this is how much water we look like we're gonna have, we're not gonna have the water to support all of this housing, so.
So that's a tangible guardrail to totally access to water. One of the things I've noticed in the 4.5 years I've lived here, just in that short amount of time, is the increase in traffic, just trying to get to the, get from Railroad on 62,
Yeah.
play the game of going up 2 or 3 streets and back 2 or 3 streets, but with the amount of already approved increase in housing, that's just going to be a very apparent consequence of these new dwellings. The other thing I'm going to throw out here, just as something that I'm not proposing because I don't have all the data in front of me and I want to do it in a systematic way, is whereas water could be a guardrail, to me, because of my background, carbon footprint is a guardrail that we should consider. And one possibility, and I discussed this briefly, Preston, to see what the process would be, is to emulate or mimic what they're doing in California with the requirement that all new dwellings have net zero carbon footprint, which can easily, at least with electricity, which can be done by localized solar, or participating in community solar, or participating in Totally Green, which the town has done collectively. But the idea, and this sounds radical, so I don't want to get out the cart before the horse, because I have a lot of data that I can support this with and precedent. The idea of it's not necessarily a moratorium, but any new construction be net zero, meaning they do not add to the carbon footprint of the town. That can be easily achieved by today's technology. It can be easily achieved in a way that is cost effective to the builder. I mean, the initial reaction President has was, would that cost more? The actuality in California costs less, it costs more on the mortgage, but the savings in electricity actually has a net positive. It's a net positive to the 20 or 30 year cost of operating that house.
Sort of relating to water studies and that question. Has anybody in Colorado done gray water diversion techniques, or is there a way we could provide for that in the code, where people tell us that they want their trees and they don't want Ridgway to be brown, but we've increased water and we know water is a priority.
That's a good one.
that would be
Great
at
way to
least
capture.
offering the ability to homeowners to consider that, especially as we look at new construction.
Yeah,
as possible.
I've looked into that a little bit. There's two different types of gray water processing, but the moderated landscape is really watching YouTube. With that.
Yeah.
It's an easy setup and you can put that on your trees.
Yeah, so I
That's
would,
what it's recommended for.
but yeah, that's why it actually piggybacked on those
Yeah, yeah, we
two.
actually blended the two.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a net zero water consumption.
Yeah, and that. Well,
So anyway, at some point, I will either work with the Clean Energy Committee to present that to council so that I don't have a conflict. But there's a lot of supporting data out there. California as a state has required that all new construction be net zero. And they've also really encouraged eliminating the use of natural gas you can go net zero, but when you have gas, there's no way to offset that gas consumption technically easily through SMPA by putting in a larger solar system to offset your gas use, because our net metering requirements say that you can offset your electricity use. Anyway, so I don't want to go into the weeds on it, but to me, this is, as a council person, this is my chance to introduce this with some real background and some, with some thoughtful things for us to look at. So I don't want to go any further with it right now, but I'll let you know that I am going to work on that and try to present that at some point.
yeah, Preston and Pam, do we have, I know we had discussed, right, in the going into 2019 budget process, fixing some of the sinking of the downtown improvement projects and the curbs that have been chipped. And then we said we were waiting like one more year for everything to finish subsiding, and then COVID happened. So much money was poured into the ramp up project and the work downtown that it just seems like a shame to have things that aren't as they should be.
Yeah, so,
Is that in there?
yeah.
Okay,
there's-
cool.
There's,
I just,
right, so there's like, I want to go back and talk about some of these items and I'll add that one too. The vacant home surcharge, the dedicated revenue source for workforce housing. I think that's a great thing to talk through. I now serve on the CML policy committee. I attended my first meeting like a couple weeks ago, and they were in that meeting, it was like a 4 or 5 hour meeting. They were taking proposals from these communities and establishing policy positions on each of these proposals. One of them was to recommend that that there be a ballot initiative amending Tabors so that communities can enact real estate transfer taxes, because there's a prohibition on that. If that were to somehow make its way and get passed as a ballot measure, or I'm forgetting now if it has to be passed by a vote of the people, or if the legislature can vote on that and do that. I imagine it has to go to a vote of the people. That would be a huge deal. Real estate transfer tax is a very, I don't want to say simple, but a pretty straightforward way to raise funds and earmark it specifically for stuff like affordable housing or capital projects. So just FYI, there's starting to be this push, and maybe we've seen that in the past, but it seems like it's gaining some traction.
Great.
Growth, yeah, there's a lot of activity going on. I think we definitely need to keep our eye on that, and that needs to be at the forefront as we go. You mentioned some of the developments going on and some of the concepts being proposed for different lots and stuff. Some of them are still just that, concepts and ideas that have just been broached at the staff level, but we'll see how that moves forward, and I'll keep you abreast of those developments. You mentioned the water study. The consultant, Joanne, is spearheading that with the consultant. They're still gathering data and other information. It's looking like later in 2021 or maybe even early 22 that'll be ready. But I think they're doing a good job, and we want them to do a good job and give us that information on what our water supplies look like with an amended projection of growth and development in our community. So
That is in process.
do we have a way to disseminate even you know, the longer timeline where we expect to have results in early 2022. Is there any way to disseminate that to our community? Because I feel like it's been thrown out as a thing that's happening, and every time we have anything come up around growth or development, they're like, well, we don't have the water study yet, so we can't do anything. Like,
Yeah.
does that make sense to
Used
you
as a
guys?
club.
It is. It's like, well, we have to have a moratorium until we have this water study. I don't think it's quite true. I don't think we're quite that dire, because it is coming, right? We're not going to do 3 more years of proving development before we have it.
We actually have a water study, not that long
I know.
ago. They said we were fine for 30 years based on the precipitation patterns at that time. You know, I think the biggest question in my mind is how do we predict where the precipitation patterns are going to go in the next?
Yeah, I think it's kind of being used as a non-productive cudgel
And then-
right now.
And that's the supply
Stop
side.
development.
The other side is the demand side, which is our growth. So it has to be
Yeah.
balanced with the supply side. You know, one thing that came up in that Amelia Street meeting that resonated with me, and I'm sure it's part of today's presentation, was how we use the master plan as a filter for all of our decisions. And I'm curious to know, because I haven't seen it, or maybe I haven't seen it, it's there and I haven't seen it. Is there an actual process, whether it's through the planning commission for planning issues, whether it's through a budget, you know, as it applies to our budget work, is there actually some sort of a formal check and balance that whereby whatever we decide is checked specifically against the master plan? And who would do that? Is that up to us, the council? Is it up to burden you or somebody else to do that check?
One example of how TJ's actually been doing a great job is that every development proposal that's come across his desk and been presented to the planning commission has had a checklist of items in the master plan that support what's being proposed.
So that would be in that sense,
That's
it's the role
typically-
of the planner or the consultant for the planner. So Shay would have.
But I think it goes without saying that master plans are guidance documents. And as we saw the other night, you can cherry pick out of them
Right.
to prove your point, no matter what your stance
Yeah,
is.
Beth did a great job of showing, you know, well, that's satisfying 1, but not 5.
Yeah, so I mean, I think overall, I think we're doing a good job of.
And I thought about that. I thought about the like kind of request for a formal process. And ultimately, I think it's important that council looks to the master plan. And we do that all the time. We say, we need to approve this. This supports the goals in our master plan. We do that all the time. We don't do it in a super formal way like I did the other night where I pulled up
Like a flow chart.
3 specific things that it supported. We don't always do that. But I also don't know that council is supposed to go through a formal process where you say it checks 3 of these and it is opposed to 2 of them. And I don't really think that's how things are supposed to happen.
It's never been typical.
You're supposed to elect a council as a community that you think is going to uphold your master plan, right? And that's why I'm always like, well, this measure, this resolution, whatever, this supports our master plan. We all do that on a regular basis. And I think that's important, but I think a formal, check flow system.
Like a flow chart that if this, then go this way,
Yeah.
if not, then go
Yeah,
this way.
because then what are we doing? Then like, why do we have trustees? We'll just hire Preston and he'll make the decision based on the flow chart.
So John said it
Algorithm.
really well. It's a guide on various land use matters. We try to keep it at the forefront. It's in your budget retreat packet. And another element I want to add is the annual strategic plan is guided by the master plan. Last year was my first opportunity to hear from you all, draft a strategic plan, go through the master plan with a fine tooth comb and start proposing things on the strategic plan that were on the master plan and that guide. So just want to emphasize it's always at the forefront.
Well, clearly was being used as a bit of a club against this. Why is this past the master plan?
Which honestly I admire.
Yeah.
Part of it was Angela, but Beth, I gotta say, I pulled up the master plan and pulled up that exact page, and I'm like, well, you're leaving all that out too. And when you brought that up, I was like, oh my goodness, that's great. So
Yeah.
So you were the check.
Yeah, I was like, let me be the voice on Zoom who's like,
So let me go over a couple more things because I don't want to rush over anything. Requirement that all new buildings be net zero. I think that'd be, in my opinion, a perfect item to discuss and see if there's consensus to put it on like the strategic plan to see if at some point this year we want to further explore that notion and perhaps draft an ordinance, something like that. That's just an idea. But we can come back to it later. Gray water, that's actually already in the strategic plan. Russ and I have talked about it a few times, and hoping as we get later into 2021, we can staff can turn our attention to that and maybe make some proposals or what have you. The deferred maintenance and upgrading our sidewalks, curb and gutter, that's, as Pam said, and you'll see it in the presentation, that's ongoing. That's stuff we got to do, and we can get to it. But yeah, if you look around town, Pam and I went on a walk like in the summer at some point. She pointed out a bunch of stuff that just happens, wear and tear. Randy just bumping into stuff with the grader. I don't want to call out Randy. Sorry, Randy, but hey, watching this. It happens. So, but we got to upgrade it. So, was there anything else?
Is street sweeper still doing good?
Is that sorry?
Or street sweeper, is that still doing in my byway?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I saw him on the way to school one day and I was like, oh, look at Steph doing such a good job to get us a street sweeper too.
Yeah, Mike loves that thing.
And using it on the highway, because we're responsible for the highway.
The sidewalks on the highway and the bike lanes are,
Tough, yeah.
it's great that we have the tool.
Okay, we ready to have Pam lead us through?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess not everyone's familiar with the budget, so let's go over the format itself. It's consistent in all three funds. There are three funds. There's the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. And then I have sheets in the back that address specific things. We have an improvement district in town. It's over in Ridgway, USA. It was originally established 25 years ago to pave the streets over there, and then there were funds left over, and those funds were for maintenance, and they just have been sitting there, and Joanne has had intention to go over there and do things over there with the culverts and drainage, and it just has been moved from year to year. So that's what that funny page is behind the sewer fund. And then there's capital project fund sheets where it calls out the breakdowns for specific capital projects. So the budget overall format, the first thing that you see on it is the 2020 actual. It'll always be the prior year actual numbers, and those are the audited numbers that Pete presented to you at the last meeting. Those numbers are all listed in that that column, and then the next column is what we adopted. So we have the 2021 adopted budget that we adopted last December, and then as of, I just do a mid-year number, and then I project to the estimate for the year end. And then we have our new budget. So this year it's the 2020 adopted budget. So that's how it reads across on every page. The first page is the revenues for the general fund. And you'll notice there's a beginning fund balance up there at the top. Again, the audited number comes in, and then we carry everything forward. That beginning fund balance jumps over to the estimated year end to bring us forward. And then we know where we're moving on into 2022. So on the first page of revenues, everything that's yellowed is for me. It's not necessarily something you need to discuss. It's just that I need to go back and check on those numbers. Some of the things that are yellowed in the document are also things that I put in so that we would have a number for you today, but some of it is not, I don't want to say not close, but it could change. Yes. So our revenues in the general fund are really straightforward. We've got our property taxes, which we would need to work our mill levy and get to that, but they're pretty consistent every year because we have Tabor. And sales tax projections, we in 2021, we went in very conservatively and came out much higher than we thought. So we're looking at next year, not looking at the same estimated year end, but close. And we did have a lot of, Preston and I had a lot of discussion about that, what that should be. And that's totally open for council to have that discussion too. But again, it's that whole crystal balling thing that happens with budget process. And I've always taken the stance of underestimating revenues. And we always do really well by doing that.
So why don't we, you're right, if we kind of stick
Do you
there,
want to talk about it?
yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay.
So this time last year, COVID was that huge unknown, which is why we had, Pam and I recommended a 10% decrease on sales tax revenues, and with the hope that there'd be a lot of money coming in, which is not on the screen, but if you look on that first page, projected year end, just north of 1.5, which is dynamite. Well, now we're in a tough spot. Well, we tried to do some research and have some conversations with other communities that were willing to divulge what they're planning for. And so what we're proposing, some of these percentages and amounts may look a little bit misleading, but it ends up being a 44.5% increase from the adopted 2021 budget. So we're looking at $1,003,500 last year projected and adopted, and $1,450,000 this year. So that's that 44% increase. That $1,450,000 is just north of 9% over the 2020 actual that came in. So it's that $1,325,000 figure. But you got to keep in mind the increase is $108,000 under what we're anticipating will come in by end of the year, and $446,500 over the original 2021 budget. So that may be confusing. We had to read that a few times, but based on what we're hearing from other communities, Ridgway County is expecting, or Connie, and I think the commissioners too, expecting a gangbusters 2022. There's other communities that are budgeting over and beyond what's going to be coming in end of year. I still talk to folks at the town of Avon. They're thinking 2022 is going to be great. Cited some information from the economic and revenue forecast for Colorado, at least the latest version, which was presented just last month. Kate Watkins has been the chief economist with the Legislative Council for, I don't know her personally, but I think she's been there for a number of years now. The general fund for the state is projected to increase 6.1%. This current fiscal year for them, they have the July 1 to June 30 fiscal year, and just based on the executive summary, they're expecting it to grow their next fiscal year as well. So haven't read or talked with anyone, haven't read anything saying the contrary, and I haven't talked with anyone saying the economy's going to crash or it's really going to get dire anytime soon, but you really never know. You really never know. So that's Pam was saying, we try to be conservative and plan for the unknowns, but you also have to be realistic too.
So does under the estimated year-end budget over the original budget suggest that we started out super strong this year and the tail end of the year has been less than expected? I'm just trying.
No, we actually, if you look at the line item, we came in 2020 at $1.3 million.
Yeah.
We budgeted $1 million.
Right. I get the difference between the overall, it's the estimated piece that I'm trying to like.
The estimated year end where I came up with that number.
Well, I'm just.
The $1.5 million.
Doesn't matter. It's just me like.
No, I get what you're saying. Your question is, did we start out great and then did it kind of taper off and get a little more average?
Right, we were estimating based on something and we're coming out under that. I understand that we're over at the over the budgeted, it's the estimated.
So was it linear or is it tailing off?
Well, it's data driven. Pam's looking at months from previous years and really trying to make as accurate a projection as you really can, but it's a crapshoot, to be honest with you, right, Pam?
Yeah, and the year-end figure, is that what you're asking, the 1.15, where I come up with that? And
Yeah,
how our year
yes.
has looked?
Yes.
So I look at actual numbers, and we all know what happened this year as far as the town had a huge surge of people visiting. But I think you also need to understand that also we get a lot of our revenue from marijuana. And
That figure.
it's,
Pam, I'm not.
it plays
questioning
big, it plays big, and so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, I know,
questioning
no,
I just,
so-
I'm
so
just more of a weird.
That's, and then another thing that happened this year too was we started to get out of state sales tax receipts that we weren't getting
From
before.
internet sales.
Now, I don't have the exact number yet because that just happened mid-year of how that, you know, that is affecting us, but it did increase that number. So, yeah, and who knows what next year's gonna be like, and it's a tough one. It's a really
So
tough
the
one.
marijuana sales tax is in that sales
Okay.
tax figure?
Yes.
I think I'm right.
I
Yeah,
think the thing that I would like to say about the projection for 2022 is just, I look at what, I always look at what's happening at the federal level because the federal government is just so dysfunctional. And our biggest risk in economic terms is always whether or not they just pull the rug out from under the economy by not being able to agree on things. And I think we're at a greater potential for that than we have been in years. So I guess I'm probably more pessimistic than most based on that. But at the same time, I recognize that the craziest thing about the last couple of years is how, you know, in February, March, April of 2020, the predictions were just as dire as they could possibly be. And the exact opposite happened. People came in droves and they continue to come in droves. And the traffic, that's all, you know, that the traffic thing isn't even necessarily driven so much by growth, it's just by visitors, I think. And they're coming all throughout the year. We used to have shoulder seasons and it seems like we don't even have shoulder
It's
seasons.
not just our growth.
So that's the other side of the coin. It makes me think maybe this number's okay, but I might be a little more comfortable with ratcheting that number back just a little bit, just a hair.
to 13.
A few percent or something, yeah. 1.3.
Just mimic the
So-
actuals from.
We would go back to the 2020 actual.
So some portion of that is organic growth within the town, right? The number of housing starts and so forth. The majority of that's. is-
No, it wouldn't affect sales tax.
So sales tax, well,
So-
we purchase stuff in town.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, my take would be that it's just this incredible surge in this.
That's the primary driver.
Even, you know, if you look at the census numbers, we're up to almost 1,200, but that's, you know, in actual people numbers and that kind of, and considering that most people still go to Montrose to do the majority of their shopping, I think our sales tax numbers are marijuana, and I don't know about you, but I'm not buying that much marijuana. I mean, I think it's visitors.
Although there's a big uptick at the depot.
There's where all the local tax comes from. Colorado Windy.
So, I'm sorry, I'm throwing a wishy-washy wrench in the mix, but.
Well, and we did have that discussion, and during the discussion, we also talked about the fact of whatever number we put in there, we're not going to budget expenditures to match it. We're gonna keep, you know, a balance, an ending fund balance that can compensate, but I think putting it at 13, it's not gonna hurt where we're at right now as far as our numbers at all.
Not at all. It's great. So you've thrown out either put it at 1.3 or match 2020 actuals, which was just north of 1.3. Is there, like, what does everyone else think about
That's
that?
fine. I think it's interesting that food for home
shoot the
consumption
difference.
tax didn't fall. Because I feel like during 2020, I spent more like on food in Ridgway when I was avoiding going to Montrose. And I really thought, you can tell based on our budget from last year, we thought that would kind of go back to where it was. And it hasn't. And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, another approach would be to shoot the difference between the estimate and the actuals, which would be about 1.38. And that's just as arbitrary as anything else.
You just like mixing things up.
I do, and I have a calculator.
He likes to use his calculator.
Well, I'm okay with using 2020.
That's actual. So 1.325.
Yeah, 1.3255.
33.
Close to Terry's 138. Yeah.
Those are not significant figures, guys, for budgeting, just saying.
Or make it 1.35 instead of 1.4. Whatever.
Whatever.
Great.
So yes, that's food for home consumption. I'm just, again, guessing. We've got our capital improvement taxes. Those are placed by a vote of the people. We break them out by the food for home consumption and regular sales tax. That is because we also had a ballot measure, I'm trying to remember what year it was, that actually set up our food for home consumption to be taxed differently so that those funds can go towards parks and recreation. So that's why that fund is separated like that. We spend way more than what we take in on that on parks. That is called out in the budget. Lodging tax, another
Just to
one.
Interrupt real quick, that's
Sure.
405 GOO, the sales tax capital improvement fund. That's the one that, because of the way we worded the ramp ballot question, majority of that is actually used to pay the ramp
Bond.
every year. Because we committed, what did we commit, 50 grand, 50%.
50%.
50%. So I'm just pointing out for the newcomers that's a big deal because the ramp bond isn't actually costing anybody on their property taxes because the town's sort of
Town's paying.
backfilling it in a way that is much larger than originally pictured.
But that's the thing, that's the other thing, doesn't it work, John, where if we didn't hit enough in that line item, we're 50%, then we have to hit the property taxes, correct? That's how it's
Right.
structured.
That's good.
So since we've been doing so much in sales tax.
Where you can see the property taxes on there, that's the second line. That's the 21,000 this year. That is for the bond repayment. Based on the mill levy. Yeah. But yes, so that's why we have a sales tax and a capital improvement tax on food for home consumption that's separate from regular sales tax, because that money's to be earmarked for parks and recreation. Lodging tax is also way over what we estimated, again, based on COVID. And kind of like, well, who knew? And again, I'm just putting a conservative number in there for next year.
I'm surprised you did that in light of what you thought about sales tax.
Well, the reason I did that is at this point, council is giving 70% of that to the chamber. And I don't want them to over budget and then get in a position like
Oh, that's a
thinking that we're going to give them, 70% of 130,000. I don't know, but it's totally
that's a
again,
good point.
me.
Perhaps we could, like sales tax, we could go to the actuals. If it made any sense.
Which is 95.
95 instead of 90.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. I don't think, again, with all things being equal, I don't think we're gonna see a downturn. People coming in and staying there watching it, so.
Unless there's a downturn in the economy. And then again, we can always come back and look at the budget again after it's adopted and we can change things too. The other things in here, the other taxes are things that come to us from the state. Those numbers are all based on that. And then the road and bridge apportionment, of course, you spoke to the county about that. That's where that number comes in. That's 416 GOO. The mineral lease and severance tax was projected this year and it ended up not really quite sure how that all played out, Preston, but there was so much tax that they couldn't distribute it back, and
Which tax, sorry?
the severance and mineral lease tax. It,
Oh, yeah.
it was so high that based on the way that the state regs read, they couldn't distribute it back. Anyways, we received 1,700 out of our projected 25,000 on that. I just put the number in the other day for myself at 25. Right, I think your copy shows 0 right now, just because of the fact that 2 days ago we received $1,749 and they had told us we weren't going to receive anything. Again, that is all based on what might happen and what might not happen, but I think I feel comfortable putting that 25 in there.
2,500.
As no 25,000
Oh, right.
Again.
I don't, what's your take on that, Chris? I mean, that used to be a really kind of a bit of a cash cow in some years. And the things I've been seeing is that it's going away.
Yeah, and that, I don't have a great grasp on it. Pam explained it.
It was actually
well.
a huge boon this year. And they received the funds were so high that based on something that's within the Constitution, they couldn't distribute the funds. So they had to
Sort of a table thing.
I don't understand it enough to tell you what it is.
Well,
but
we can look into it some more so that
I
either we feel comfortable putting a lower amount or 0 or 25 as Pam's proposing, but that's something we can certainly look at more.
And I'll talk to Dola and see what they think.
Yeah, I think that's a good move because I was on some of the many Zoom calls or webinars I do all the time. Somebody said that it was basically going away. I don't know where that was coming from.
Okay, I'll talk to them and see what they think is projected, because they're the ones who gave me the projection for 2021. Building permits, of course, we all know what happened this year. We're basing building permits for 2022 based on 2020. And then again, could be more. But we're comfortable with that right now. I did show development. When we get into the water and sewer fund, you'll see that I did show those in the tap piece for the water and sewer fund. Our other things within this licenses and permits, those are just things that happened at the administrative level. Refuse collection fees are passed through. So that line item 425 boo, you'll see later in expenditures coming right back out. If some of you don't know, we do lease the land where the post office is. That's the USPS rental fee. That town owns that land. Short-term rental licenses, those are biannual. So this is what is projected for next year based on this people who aren't paying this year and then paying next year. And where are we in the number? I heard you telling us.
There's 3 pending. They're on Mike's desk for inspection, but assuming they all meet the criteria and are approved, I think we'll have 39 active licenses. I think it's a 36, we'll have 39, assuming
Out of the 50.
out of the 50. But there has been kind of a steady uptick over the last couple of months, which is interesting.
I'm surprised that's not kept out. I mean, I'm surprised that all 50 haven't been used.
Oh my God, when we were going through that, the real estate and speculative real estate market was like, oh my God, those things are going to disappear instantly. It's not enough, you know, so it's classic that for the longest time it was 25.
But
Yeah.
50 sprinkled through a town the size of Ridgway is
Seems like a lot.
significant.
No, I'm really proud of what we've done compared to a lot of other communities.
So since we're on that topic, is it all right if I talk about that a little bit
Yeah.
more? So Jake Neese has been spearheading from the county level, the RFP that they issued related to short-term rental enforcement. He put together called a task force, if you will, folks from Uray, the Uray County Planning Department, and then I was involved. We reviewed the submittals to that RFP. There were two companies that ended up being interviewed. And I thought it'd be good to be involved in the event that based on what these folks were proposing and their modules and services they provide, thought it'd be good to just get a handle on that and see if that's something that we need to, go in on or do, especially related to enforcement. At the end of the day, Pam and I don't feel that we're at a point where we need outside consultant help to monitor short-term rentals, to help enforce, et cetera. You can certainly make it to that point. The city just approved the contract with a company called Deckard just a few days ago, I think, to kind of do the full 9, help with licensing, help with enforcement, activity monitoring, the whole 9. In the county, I think the county commissioners are going to consider a contract on, I think, this next Wednesday. So, I'm glad that we've been a piece in the process and kind of helped, or at least participated in stuff. But again, at this point, Pam and I aren't recommending that we looked outside help on that, but that doesn't, you all may think differently, of course, and that doesn't preclude us from exploring that if and when the time comes. I think Pam and her team, get on the VRBO or Verbo, whatever it is, Airbnb, some of those other sites periodically to make sure that those listings have active short-term rental licenses. And then for the ones that don't, sick Mike Gill on them. Doesn't happen too often, but there actually was an instance last month where we had to really get on someone to make sure they get their license. So anyway, wanted to kind of give that, but that was one of the items I wanted to discuss with you all. But, I'm glad the county and the city are doing that because it's been such a hot topic over there, and they definitely need help, given their caps, their respective caps. So
Specs in the city, you're ready to mind-boggling.
Well, and they have condos too.
Yeah.
I could see where things would get lost. Everybody pretty much knows what everybody's doing still. And we also are running our program through MuniRevs. The company that we use for sales tax remittance, and they're also doing our lodging tax remittance. So they're monitoring all those, that everything's being paid. So I just don't think we need any help at this point, sure. On the reimbursable fees, those are reimbursables that are coming back to us for different things. The mosquito control reimbursement is an item that you just saw with the IGA with the county. They reimburse us for the cost that we incurred to do that program every year. And then the miscellaneous items are just refunds, credits that we get, donations, and our interest from our investments. Stop me if there's anything that you see that you want to jump on. So general fund expenditures, they're broken down by, again, different departments: administrative services, streets and maintenance, parks, and law enforcement. And again, the yellow numbers are just for me so that I can go back, and I just want to make sure that I'm checking things as the years the year progresses, before we get to the December budget, those numbers will maybe be changed a little bit and tweaked. I did want to draw to your attention on the first page of administrative services, which is page 2. I added a new line item called grants passed through to other agencies. It's towards the bottom of that page. We're starting to have grants that we're receiving on behalf of other agencies or other projects, and it's easier for us to track those in its own line item than sticking it somewhere else. So right now, those numbers for this year are in 528 GU, which is other admin, and they just get lost in there. So that's why I created that line item. It's going to be easier for all of us and more transparent to see that. Right above that, 429 GU is tourism promotion. Those are the funds that we use from that lodging tax that we just talked about that goes out at this point to the chamber. 70% of those funds go to the chamber. The other thing on here I wanted to point out was affordable housing, 535 GU. The council had set up 25,000 this year to have available if they needed it. It didn't get used. So I have highlighted that in 2022 to ask you if you would like to put a number in there again for 2022. The amount used in 2020 was for those tap fees for the Habitat for Humanity townhomes.
I would
The
like
council.
to see us at least carry over the 25,000 if we can't find other money to put in there. Because we don't know when we're going to be approached with tap fees for Habitat. I think,
It's definitely
I don't, does anybody else have thoughts? At least carrying over what we've already apportioned, and if we can find other, you know, another chunk, whether it's 10 grand or whatever, to add to that.
So it's all underwritten from the general fund. So it's
Right.
whatever amount.
You can put 35 in there.
You want to put 35, and then if we need to, we can revisit it
Just as
as a
a placeholder.
for now. So think about it.
It's good to have something in there. 'Cause the community always is like, we need to do something about affordable housing, and we can say, well, we budgeted.
Well, and part of it is like, this is what we can scrape out of the general fund until we can find some dedicated revenue source or create one to fund it. But in the meantime, without terribly impacting services, it'd be nice to make some sort of commitment.
Was there a budgeted number from the Telluride Foundation for their ask, or did we? Not
There hasn't been
necessarily.
any yet.
There's no.
So there's an
ask.
ask, and we'll should expect an ask at some point, I think, just to be candid. But we're just, this next week, we're going to submit a letter of intent to DOLA for the HB 211271, whatever it is, the affordable housing funds that are available for shovel-ready projects for infrastructure improvements related to those projects. And the ask will be substantial. I don't know what the process will be, when those awards will be announced, what have you, but you know, we're doing our best based on your direction to partner with that project to help that project move forward. Now, of course, there might be, as I started with, some requests to waive building permit fees, tap fees, et cetera, which this money can be used for. I'm just thinking out loud now. And the Telluride Foundation's project may not be it, I know. The Habitat is exploring another project here in town. That may come to fruition at some point in 22. You may get asked from other developers, and it's your prerogative to consider it, but that's what that money's meant for. So 35, is that what everyone's comfortable with for now?
Would that, in your opinion, be able to hit what you're expecting to see as the ask from the Telluride Foundation? In other words, would what they ask? is-
No.
It would-
No.
it would-
35.
No.
It's
It's just-
looking at 12,000 per unit, and they're talking about 14 units, that's just tap and
Well, but we may not be able to subsidize all of their, they're gonna come to us and say, pay for all of it. And we're gonna say,
This is what we can
pay for
cover.
it.
Here's your assist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, building permit fees can, no obligation on the town's part to have to pay those on behalf of the developer. It's just a tap fee thing. So, yeah, good point. There's, what's it, 14 units?
Yeah.
Could add up, so,
Come on, calculator.
yeah.
But 14 times building permit fees is also a significant number. So those are, there's the different ways we can approach that.
And just for reference, for Space to Create, it's a big project. I think Mike, based on the formula,
68,000.
for a tap. The building permit plan review fees were, I think, 32 or 34,000 for that project. Just the plan review and building permit fees, which council waived up to 32,000. So just for reference, fun fact for you.
So that,
Those fun facts are, good things. Where people are like, you don't do anything to help. Well,
so the grants pass through the 125, that is the Main Street Open for Business grant that's going to go to the bank building. So I'm just showing it there.
That's half of the amount, is it spread over 2 years?
Right, it's
Okay.
125 this year and 125 next year.
That's what-
So that's what's in there right now. If we did do something for the Telluride Foundation, it would go into that line item. The funds coming in there was on the revenues for grants general. That number is not set yet, and it's yellowed on that sheet. Just because I don't know how things are going to play out with that. I didn't mention that, but there's 2 sheets that I work with that I've included in here for you. Just, it might be helpful for you. It's super helpful for me. And they are line item locations for expenditures in the 2022 budget and line item locations for revenues in the 2022 budget. And some of these items are included in this budget document yellowed. And that's because they may change, or council may change things today, especially working with the CIP.
So you're talking about the decks are 04 and 05 in the packet?
Right, yes. The revenues that are coming in and the miscellaneous grants this year may change for the Vail and VOCA grants. Those grants right now are the grants used for the help me, Preston, what's the victim assistance program?
Yeah.
And the town has been administering that for a number of years since the program started, and the county is looking at maybe taking that over. So that's why I've got those yellowed right now.
So let's talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah.
If you're okay with it. So the county is interested in taking that program over starting in 2022. In all honesty, victim services program, I think, fits much better at the county level and should have been there from the beginning, but it fits well here too, and it's been working well. Shane and myself were really interested when they said we'd like to explore it for 2022. So we're just having conversations now. The biggest piece is exploring getting the administration of the VOCA, the federal VOCA grant, and the Vail grant kind of transferred over to administration from the county. So, but we want to see what you all think about that for.
I'm honestly really surprised because the things we're hearing about out of the sheriff's office about how there's so little capacity and how they need a whole bunch more deputies. Where do they think they have the bandwidth to take this on?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And I do think that it needs to be a little more in depth than us just saying, hey, what do you think about this?
I totally agree
You
that
have Sheriff Perry and Tammy Stroop, and maybe Connie come in, and we need to have a conversation, at a council meeting or maybe a different forum to talk about this transparently, openly, and then give a thumbs up or a thumbs down on some sort of transition. But
I totally agree that
in theory, it sounds good, but
it's
Yeah.
a better place for it to be. And, some of you know that I'm involved in this men's group that's trying to create more awareness around sexual assault and particularly men's role in these things. We've been trying to get the sheriff's office to get same nurse program happening in the county for rape kits and helping people who feel like they've been assaulted. And they've been dragging their feet on it, honestly. So I don't understand where this is coming from.
I can explain that though. The program was Tammy was the one who created it when she was here. And I think that Tammy,
That's
it's
her
close to her
background.
heart.
Yeah, it's her
So
background.
I think that Tammy is probably the one that's really saying that she'd like to see it there. It doesn't involve their personnel at all. Because we hire a person and that person comes in and sits at a desk in our office right now. And that person would just be going and sitting at a desk there.
I understand that, but there's more to the whole concept of the program that they've been talking about doing, but haven't been. So it's complicated.
My concern, currently our county commissioners, the slate of people we have sitting in the county commissioner's office, it makes sense that they would be supportive of the sheriff bringing it in and bringing it to the county level, which I agree is where it makes sense. My discomfort with that is I feel like the Ridgway Council, whether any of us get voted out, generally the Ridgway Council is going to be very supportive of this. And if winds change at the county level, which they certainly can in a way that I don't know Ridgway reflects, does that priority get lost? And if it's not in our house, does the whole program get lost?
It's the 3 jurisdictions, so it would have to be all 3 jurisdictions choosing not to do that. They can't just drop program. We have an IGA for
Yeah.
it.
there's no
Okay.
IGA.
Okay.
Another piece of that is, as we go into staffing discussions, we're going to be asking to make changes in the Marshal's department where that person is currently having their office space, and we may not have that kind of space and capacity if these changes happen. So that's another piece that, we might want to look at in the bigger picture here too, as we get on into the day.
Bottom line, I'm supportive of the move, but I think it needs a lot more discussion, like you said, about with the administration of the county and the county commissioners to say, hey, great, do you want to take this on? How are you going to actually do it?
So every, I think November, December, we put the IGA before you all to consider to continue this program and set out all the, set out how it works in the framework and stuff. So I think at that point would be a really good point to have Sheriff Perry, Tammy, the county commissioners, Connie, reps from the city of URA, although I don't know how involved they've ever been with the program. I really don't know, but invite them to participate too, since they're a contributor and a participant, and just have a conversation about this potential transition.
Great.
So
In your conversation with them, make sure that you say that we're supportive. We're not.
oh yeah, no, by no means we wouldn't frame it. Like, we want to talk about this to see if it's a good idea. Of course, I hear what you all are saying, so we'll make sure we present it the right way.
It's 10:30. Is Lori coming on?
At 10:45,
10:45,
I'll text her and let
okay.
her know.
Great. I also broke out in the last couple of years, the broadband has been combined with Region 10, and I put Region 10 back into council initiatives and broke out broadband so that we can see the actual cost of the broadband program. And we're just looking at next year, putting in 10,000 into that program. That's something we can talk about in CIP, and that might change.
Is that under the expense or the revenue sheet?
Excuse me?
Is that under 04 or 05, the expense or the revenue sheet?
I'm sorry. I'm actually back to the
You're
budget.
back in the-
Yeah, stop me at any time because I work with this so much that it's like,
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm back on page
Bouncing around.
2. I'm back on page 2 of the budget,
I see.
558 who, broke that out there and put Region 10 back into council initiatives.
Okay.
And yeah, the sheets, thanks for that. The sheets on the expenditures actually are just little
Highlighted items. Yeah.
items that are showing these items are actually within that particular line item. So that's how this correlates to that.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look on that sheet, like the 125 for the Main Street open for business there. Then council initiatives, I don't think we want to talk about those yet because I haven't got all the letters. I've got most of the letters asking for support. And those numbers, I always put those numbers in as they're asked, and then council can go through that, decide at what level they want to contribute. But we'll do that probably at our workshop on the 18th. Yeah, November 18th. Streets and maintenance, again, following the same type of pattern as general, or the administrative section of the general fund follows. I didn't point out in the other, I will point it out here, health insurance this year only went up 1%, 1.83%, which is awesome.
Amazing. That's the first time that's happened in 30 years.
Right? Yeah. I know, and they said it's because of COVID, which is like,
How does that make sense?
I guess it does. Our within here, I guess the biggest line item is going to be consulting, and
You guys, we've
Sorry.
got two conversations going on here, sorry.
within the street and maintenance, the biggest line item is consulting, and that is including 2 items that were carried over from this year and going into next year that Joanne feels she can get done next year, which is the standards for streets and sidewalks and the Main Street engineering and surveying project. And everything else in here is pretty straightforward. That maintenance on the curb and gutter repairs is in here, Beth. It's in this fund. We've got 30,000 for curb and gutter repair in here.
Can I go back quickly to? under
Sure.
Line item, is it 621 GO2, workshops and training?
Okay,
I'm just gonna throw this out there. We organized and paid for a professional consultant, SMPA, to do an active shooter training. Shane participated as a trainer. And at the time, I suggested to him, maybe he ought to consider promoting that concept for town staff. Since, in light of increasing tensions and all that sort of stuff. And it was well-received training at SMPA. We did one in Ridgway and one in Newcastle. It was for those 2 trainings, because that's more than you have here. It was like $6,000, so probably about half that or less, especially if Shane can organize and or lead it, because he's actually a certified trainer in that particular that area. So it's just something to consider, maybe putting some budget in for that kind of thing if you think it's a viable thing to pursue.
so the workshops and training are broken down by every fund and within each area. So that is just in streets.
I see.
So we can put those funds in, it would be spread across the budget. And he's certified, so he could do the training, so we
Yeah,
didn't have to
It
spend
was, I
$6,000.
didn't check with him specifically.
Coincidentally, we just talked about this maybe 2 weeks ago, but we're trying to get something set for late in the winter months, active shooter related. And then there's a whole host of other trainings that we can, pick up on and run for our staff internally. So that's good.
Well, it might even be useful for council to sit in on that training, just
Yeah.
because we tend to get a few heated people coming in here.
It's good to see that that's a conversation. I had thoughts about that in the last couple of months in relation to all of us down staff and stuff. So it's good to see that that's happening.
And then also within here, Beth, is the landscaping for the planters in the ramp area and the tree replacement in the ramp. That's within the streets and maintenance. And at the bottom, under equipment purchase, 672 GO2, that 10,000, that's for radar signs on Sherman Street that we talked about at the last council meeting. So that's where that's located in the budget. The next on page 5 is parks. Again, following the same type of format. The biggest thing in here is probably the park improvements, which includes something we had talked about doing this year, but we're moving it to next year. That's extending the water line from the west side of Cottonwood Park to the east side. So there'll be sprinkler system over there. Concrete repairs at the skate park. That's been needed for a few years. Landscaping the east side of Rollins Park, which would be the other side of the bridge. That's being discussed, is doing more xeriscape over there. And then replacing the rest of the trash cans that are in rights of ways and kind of more off, like on the pathways and the walkways. There's still some of the old trash cans, replacing those all with bear-proof trash cans this year. And new things that I had done within this budget this year is I added some new facilities on here. The community center town hall has been there for years, but I've added the space to create a meeting room because we will be taking over that and having the need for janitorial services in there. And I added the visitor center because we have started to expend funds over there, upgrades on that. And then I broke out the broadband carrier neutral station, which was lost in another line item. And I just thought it would be good to track those costs. That's just to provide the utilities over there.
That's the corner unit at the town yard, the public works unit.
It's a structure that was put in the yard there to house all this, and part of the contract allows us to request a reimbursement for those utilities if we feel it's
Does
necessary.
everybody
So,
understand what that's about? Carrier neutral location.
I'm gonna typo and you're spelling the neutral.
oh yeah, I see it. Thank you.
It's, the whole thing with the broadband effort, or a big part of it, is providing CNLs with carrier neutral locations where any private business can come in and set up a fiber there, set up their equipment to connect to the fiber. And provide their-
It's more of a better deterrent.
Of course, right now, Clear Networks put in the fiber is the main beneficiary of that, but I assume you're in that. The others will come along.
And just so you know, also urban forest management, you'll see it both on parks and on the streets for the rights of way. That means tree. Everything that's done for the trees to help the health and the vitality of the trees. So that's our arborist costs.
If you don't know, the arborist we use is great. He's just fantastic. Tyler Schultz. Yeah, the cottonwoods in town park, the historic, really old ones, many of them not still be standing. For Tyler, so that's really cool.
Yeah, and what he's helped out in Cottonwood Creek too.
Yeah.
Law enforcement, page 6. A lot of things are yellowed in here again because of the possible change with the victim advocate contract. Those items are woven throughout this page, so those are just reminders for me. When we get into discussion about staffing levels, there are some changes that are being proposed within here, and also a proposal to get a new police vehicle in here. So that's why a lot of this is yellowed right now, and most of this will be taken care of by the end of today. Unless you have any questions here.
The only thing that I see is we just don't have a number in the housing stipend. And it seems like there's been a
That's
consistent sort of number.
because we're looking at removing that. That'll come up in our discussion and we start talking about the classification and compensation. But just so you have a background on that, housing stipend was put in place about 10 years ago. Yeah, maybe 15 at the most, to encourage, it happened at the time where our police officers were finding it harder to afford being in town, and they were required to be in town. And 2 years ago, we changed that and allowed them to live out of town, but that housing stipend line item stayed in there. So we're cleaning that up in the classification and compensation study and paying them at an appropriate level for their services. And so we won't be using that line item anymore. So that's why it's blank.
And just to be clear, that's all a proposal, subject to additional direction from you all. And again, Lori joined us now. Present the whole study here. And we're ready to have the starter thing? Or do you?
Yeah, I can just hit the final page, page 7. That'd be great. These are just our ending numbers. I did want to point out, I did put in here the $210,000 putting towards the Lena Street paving reserves. That'll come up in the CIP, but I did want to put it in there just so you can see that number in the ending fund balance. Other than that, I don't think I put other CIP, well, some small CIP things in, but we'll get to that when we get there. But that was just a large number I wanted to point it out. So if council does set aside that $210,000 in 2022, there'll be $410,000 set aside for the paving of Main Street.
To cover our portion, our committed portion.
And our portion, which was an old number, we got it was somewhere in 600 plus thousand.
It's in the CIP.
To actually for the full cost of constructing Lena.
Oh, I thought that was our share. That was what I had. Our share.
It was 40% town, 60% Lena Street Commons. And our estimated cost right now, this year, Joanne changed it, is 1.4 million
For the whole thing.
for the whole project.
I'm going to jump back to this slide real quick, Pam, if you're all right.
Yeah,
Just about
great.
the operation reserves. So Tabor requires a 3% emergency reserve based on proposed general fund expenditures. That 3% comes out to almost 93,000, which is higher than what that was proposed at last year. I think last year at this time it was around 85,000. I'm making that up, but I think that's what it was at. So that meets the statutory requirement for an emergency rainy day fund. When you couple that with an additional fund balance projected at north of 2.1 million, that's $2,255,000 or $55,001 that we have available for a rainy day or a really rainy day. Which, I mean, that's phenomenal. I think that's a testament to, you know, the town and Pam and her staff budgeting over the years. I mean, that's really, really healthy. And when you look at it against as a percentage of general fund expenditures, it's 72%. That's huge. That's phenomenal. And just to go back this time last year when I presented this exact same graphic, that percentage was at like 41 or 42%. So actually,
I think we should spend that dollar.
And our auditor brought that up too when he did his presentation. He mentioned that we have 12 months, I think he said 12 months
Oh, yeah.
reserves. So if something happened and we had no revenues, we would be able to keep the town at the level that we have everything.
just
For our
sustaining everything at our
expenditures.
current levels. So
It's time to party.
jeez, no.
Sherry's like,
This is
we're all
why we
going to
should-
Honduras.
Yeah, this is why we should have the retreat.
Annie, should we introduce Lori?
Yes.
Okay.
Lori's awesome.
So Lori, can you hear me, Lori? Oh, you're muted. Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
There we go. I can hear you well.
Awesome, we can hear you too.
Hi,
So-
Lori.
Good morning.
So it's our pleasure to introduce Lori Messer, who's with Logic Compensation Group. I talked to you guys earlier about who she is and what she's doing here. Lori, we really appreciate you all joining us on a Saturday. I know it's not what you want to be doing, but really, really do appreciate you taking some time to walk us through the executive summary of the study and the final report. It's been tremendous working with Lori and Nicole. They've done an awesome job. Really excited for you all to get a better understanding of what they have to present. Lori, I have to give you permission to share. Hang on.
Okay.
So. You should be able to share your screen now. No one's like on Zoom, but I'll be able to see which slides you're on, and I'll just put it up here on the screen. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
okay. Perfect. Perfect then. Okay, so let's see. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for giving me the opportunity to share the results of the class and comp study that we performed for the town. Today, moving on to kind of the overview of what we're going to be presenting is we're going to give you a high-level overview of the objectives of the study per our engagement, our deliverables, how we conducted the study, what we found, how we did it, and what our recommendations are. So moving on to the study objectives, we were engaged to take a look at the current classification and compensation system, which comprised approximately 22 job titles, 8 of which are vacant, and there were also some anticipated positions for future use. We would set out to study what other peer organizations in the area were paying for those jobs to make sure that we developed a system that was not only internally equitable through the classification piece, but also externally competitive in the market in which you compete. And then we developed some recommendations regarding the class and comp system, again, to make sure equitable both internally and externally. With regards to deliverables, we provided the town with a classification structure that the basis of that was to identify meaningful differences in the level of work performed of all the jobs at the town, evaluate those classifications using a standardized internal equity methodology that I will share with you. Prepare a market survey to distribute to comparator organizations. Based on that information that we got back to establish pay structures, recommend grade placement for each classification, and then identify what the cost would be to the town to implement our recommendations. And I should say, which I should have said at the beginning, that as we're going through, if you have any questions and want me to stop for a second, that would be great. I know it's a lot easier to ask questions when you have them as opposed to waiting to the very end. So just feel free to say, hey, hold up, and I'm happy to address any questions you have as we go along. So kind of to give you a high level overview of how we went through the study, what was our process? The first step was the project initiation, where we got to understand the town, its jobs, and what the ultimate goals of the study were. We also had employees complete, we looked at job descriptions, the jobs, in order to perform a job analysis. From there, we did job evaluation to create the internal hierarchy of jobs within the organization, as well as to understand the work, the type and level of work that was being performed, so we could go out and survey the market. Once we did that, then we developed the salary structure and made recommendations on that, along with associated costs and maintenance issues, to make sure that your system remains competitive, not only today while we did the study, but also moving forward into the future. So with regards to the project initiation, I'm going to walk through all of the phases that I talked about on the previous slide. To kick off the project, we met with Preston and Pam to understand the current state of affairs as well as the desired state with regards to the class and comp system. We also met with the, and I'm going to get this title wrong, the chief of police. I'm sorry. Marshall. I'm like, I know it's a different word than what I'm used to. So yeah, I met with him as well to share the study goals and obtain some additional specific information on departmental concerns. As part of this project initiation, we developed a total rewards philosophy, and I have a graphic here, just a very high level graphic of what comprises the total rewards philosophy. It's made up of more than just pay. There's also the benefits component, you know, performance and recognition, the work environment, career development, and identification of the comparator market. So we just put this little graphic together. It's a good, you know, tool to share with employees on the town's total rewards philosophy. Then after we completed the project initiation and getting to understand the town where it is today and where it wants to be, then we reviewed, we performed job analysis, and we analyzed approximately 21 classifications. I know in another number, on another page, we said 22, but there were some blended roles. For example, the code enforcement building inspector, we separated those out when we analyzed, when we went out to market, because a lot of times we see those two jobs separate in other organizations. But for the purposes of the job analysis, we did look at 21 classifications. We did develop a classification structure in order to understand the levels of work within the respective job families. This also helps the town by developing this class structure. It helps the town to understand where it is today and where is there room for growth or entry-level positions or what have you. We also made some recommendations to update some titles to better reflect the function and what you would typically see in the marketplace. And the job analysis also helped us to define clear distinctions between levels within the respective job families. And when I talk about job families, I'm talking about, you know, management support, sworn public safety, code enforcement. Those are some examples of job families that were at the town.
Public Works, a job family.
Public Works and forgetting now, but yeah, they're considered their own family grouping.
Yeah, maintenance and operations within Public Works, utilities for the water.
Gotcha, thanks.
Then once we understood the types and levels of work, then we developed the internal hierarchy, which is called, you know, we do that through job evaluation. And we used a methodology called logic leveling. Each of the respective families of work, we use a job architecture guide where we have administrative paraprofessional types of work. We have technical operational, we have skilled trades, we have professional, and we have management. And within each of these levels, there are, within each of these leveling guides, there are 5 levels of work that range from entry level within the respective leveling guide to supervisory or the top management position. I'm going to show you a graphic that kind of outlines that as well. This process helps us to align the jobs and create the internal hierarchy. And it further, from a maintenance standpoint and a growth standpoint, it helps you to see what you have today and where is there opportunity for growth within a career, or you know, if you can't find the right candidate for a job, maybe you start at a lower level. So let me share with you what this model looks like. As I mentioned, we have 5 different leveling guides, the administrative paraprofessional, and it's, you know, a level 1 within this leveling guide is your entry level, and it goes all the way up to a specialist or a supervisor. We have the same within technical operational. Within skilled trades, we find that those are a little bit more complex, require a little bit more experience. You typically don't walk in the door with no experience at all. And if you do, you start out at this apprentice level all the way up to supervisor. The professional, entry-level professional, these are typically your degree type of positions, all the way up to a program manager or an assistant manager. And then within the management group, this is where you have your first level managers or superintendents, all the way up to the town manager. And this is basically how they align. So when I talked about, you know, what do you have today and how can this leveling guide help you moving forward through growth or recruitment issues, is if today you have a level 2 in the administrative paraprofessional group, and that job grows and has more responsibility, you can clearly see that you have room for, say, a technician level. So this methodology of job evaluation helps you to understand where do employees have room for growth as positions grow, or if you're having recruitment issues, where you have the opportunity to bring someone in, train them, and they can move up the progression within a job family. Okay. Once we completed all of that, then we were ready to do the market survey. And one of the first things that we want to know is who should we survey to get comparator market data? And we focused on 4 criteria. Organizations that focused on, you know, had heavy recreation and tourism. Where do you compete for talent? Where do you lose people to? Where do you get people from? And who's in your general proximity of the town? And cities or towns that have a similar budget, population, and employee size. So those were the criteria that we utilized in order to identify who were we going to send the survey to. So we had 14 organizations that we obtained data from, and there were 6 organizations that did not respond to our custom survey. We tried multiple times, but usually salary surveys are kind of low on organizations' priority list. But we did get a very good response, and in light of the current climate, we felt really good about the participation rate. There are a few on here: Eagle, Frisco, Glenwood Springs, and Salida, in which we data mined their information from the Colorado Municipal League compensation report. They weren't able to fully complete the full survey, so we assisted them with that. Okay. We also validated that with those organizations. Okay, so we surveyed all of the positions at the town. And I mentioned earlier, today you have a code enforcement officer / building inspector, because we felt it would be difficult. Not all organizations are going to have that role consolidated into one position. We broke that out into 2 benchmarks, because in our experience, we know that building inspectors tend to be paid higher in the market than code enforcement officers. So we wanted to make sure we captured both of those roles as an example. Okay. So all of the jobs were surveyed. We did the data for the jobs that we received from comparator organizations. We collected job title, the number of incumbents, the average time in position, their average actual salary that they were paying their incumbents, as well as the salary ranges. Once we collected all of the data, we do some pretty heavy validation to make sure that the data we have and are reporting back to the town is reliable and accurate. So we did follow up with the comparator organizations. We did review job descriptions. We performed an outlier analysis in order to identify any extreme data, because that's typically indicative that there could be, something unusual about the matching. So it helps us to further identify that. And then we did our own internal quality assurance of the data. So what did we find? Today, the town does not have formal pay ranges. So we use the town's actual salaries, and we compared that against the median actual salaries of those in the marketplace. Overall, we did find that the town's actual salaries lag the market and are significantly misaligned by about 26.4%. And that's on an aggregate basis, all jobs combined. Individual jobs varied significantly. So when I say that, the town is misaligned by 26%, we have some criteria of how we define the level of competitiveness. So highly competitive is anything within 5% of the market, and 3 of the town's jobs fell, within plus or minus 5% of the market. Highly competitive. Competitive is anything that falls within 5 and 10, plus or minus 5 and 10% of the market. And there were 2 jobs that fell in that category of competitive. Possibly misaligned is anything that's plus or minus 10 to 15% of the market. And there were 2 jobs that fell into that category. The majority of jobs fell within the significantly misaligned or insufficient data for analysis. And significantly misaligned is anything that's greater than plus or minus 15% of the market. And we had 8 of the jobs fall in that category. So that's about, a third of the jobs that fell there. And then we had another third of the jobs where we did not get enough data in order to perform analysis. And those are jobs in which we got less than 5 matches in the marketplace. Okay. From that data, we created, and I know this is an eye chart for you, but we created a salary structure. And in this salary structure, we incorporated steps. For the non-exempt, non-management jobs, we created steps, 11 steps from minimum to maximum. Then for the management level jobs, we created a structure that has 15 steps. Typically, in the management jobs, people tend to hold those jobs longer. So we want to make sure that the width of the ranges is wide enough to accommodate that longevity factor. Over on the left, we show the grades that were developed. We identified them grade 2 through 15. This allows you for grade 1 for any seasonal or anything of that nature if you need a lower level salary range. And then how the jobs are assigned into each grade, that is representative of the internal hierarchy of jobs at the organization. Okay, so all of the jobs that are in grade 4, we found both from an internal equity standpoint and an external market competitiveness that these jobs all align. So the customer service clerk, the park maintenance worker 2, and the public works maintenance operator 1, those all aligned at the same level, even though they're in different leveling guides like the paraprofessional, administrative, the technical, and operational. So you can kind of see the internal hierarchy here.
Do all workers who come to the town start as a step 1, or is there any sort of weird acknowledging experience prior to coming in to work for the town?
So I'll give a go at that, Lori, and you can add. So there's an art to it, right? I mean, if you're hiring for a position, and you got to take into account experience level, education, the whole 9. So there's got to be some flexibility in steps. You know what I mean? So, for example, with the actually a really good example, I think, is the community initiatives facilitator. We've advertised, that's a non-exempt position. We've advertised at an hourly rate of between step 1 and I think, remember step 4 or something we went for for that,
Between 1 and 3, I think.
1 and 3. So just as a way for folks to understand what the hiring range is there. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does.
There's got to be flexibility. There's an art to it.
Well, I come in from the education world where school districts will accept up to 4 years of credit outside of a district, and after that, they don't necessarily have to give it to you. So.
Lori, do you agree with
Yeah,
that?
you said it perfectly. You said it perfectly, Preston. It's important to note, like for the non-management jobs, this grade 2 through grade 10, step 6 is reflective of the market rate of what is actually being paid in the market today. Okay. So to Preston's point, that's why you want to allow some flexibility. If you get a fully, experienced person walking in the door, you probably wouldn't be able to hire them at step 1. You need some flexibility in there. And then step 8 is the market rate, reflective of the market rate for these management jobs, what is actually being paid at the 50th percentile of the market today. Okay. And, and this is developed based on a point in time because salaries are constantly changing, which we'll get to in our recommendations as to why it's important to make adjustments to this on an annual basis. So, good. So this graphic here that I'm showing is the boxes of the dark gold and the light gold are representative of the proposed salary ranges for grades 2 through 15. Then the orange circles are reflective of the average market value. Our goal here is to see this orange dot trending around the line that separates the dark gold from the light gold. Also keeping in mind that, when we saw this market data, we have to blend it with the internal hierarchy and not of the town, and not every organization is exactly the same. So in some cases, you'll see the market data might be a little bit high or a little bit low, but we have to smooth out the pay line in order to develop a structure that makes sense both internally and externally for the town so they can be competitive. The green triangles are representative of the town's average salaries for incumbents in jobs that fall into each of the pay grades. So for example, here, grade 7, you'll see that the average town salaries are just slightly above the midpoint, which is represented by the line separating the dark gold and the light gold. But the market salaries are pretty high because they're trending at about the max of the range. Sometimes that happens because if you have jobs with long tenured employees, we tend to see that often in the management jobs. People stay in those jobs a long time. So it's not unusual sometimes to see salaries in the market trending pretty high. But again, we have to, blend the entire organizational pay structure with the market data, and that's what we are showing here. So there were very few where the salaries were terribly low overall for the town. Even they ended up, salaries tended to fall often within the salary range that was established, which is pretty good. So taking a look at this and how much would it cost to implement our proposed recommendations for the salary structure, we did more than just say, all right, let's bring people to the minimum of the proposed range. When you just bring people to the minimum, you start to get compression in your pay range, and it doesn't always make sense because there are incumbents who have been in the job for a long time, and you would expect that they would be being paid more than the minimum of the proposed range. So what we took a look at is how long have incumbents been in their position, and we developed an implementation strategy that took that into account. And when we did that, the cost to implement was $73,171. that 73,000 is representative of 8.4% of payroll. So if you think about the aggregate, the town was off the market by like 26%, but your implementation costs are only going to be 8.4% of payroll. That takes into account how long individuals have been in their role without simply saying, okay, you're in the range, you're good, because you want to have that retention factor. So you want to be a little bit more competitive with regards to what you're paying your existing employees. Okay. So some notes regarding these above costs. Again, they're based on a point in time, and people may have moved jobs or gotten new hires came in. There may have been terminations, internal job changes, etc. We did not recommend increases if employees' pay exceeded the proposed maximum. We recommend that people's pay fall into the range, not below the minimum, not above the maximum, because that is the market for that job. If you want to recognize employees who have been in their job a long time and they are at the maximum, there are other ways to address rewards for longevity other than paying them above the maximum of the range. Also, these costs don't take into account legally required expenses like FICA, your Social Security type of things, or benefits or payroll expenses such as like retirement contributions, workers' compensation, etc. So this is just purely a base pay cost to the town. Okay. We do have some administrative recommendations to make sure that the system that is approved by the town is maintained and remains current over time. The first recommendation is that town leadership would maintain ownership of the job analysis, job evaluation process to ensure that titling and grade placement remains consistent. And we believe that the logic leveling guide will be very helpful to the town in ensuring that. Annual reviews of class descriptions should occur so you can make sure that they maintain currency. We also recommend that annual adjustments be applied to the salary structure based on changes in the cost of labor in the market. That will help to ensure that your pay structure remains current. What you don't want to do is have a study in 2021 and then not look at your pay structure again until 2025. 4 years have passed, cost of labor has changed, and that's going to impact your level of competitiveness. So you want to keep your salary structures up to date by applying annual cost of labor adjustments to it. And we also recommend that you conduct a salary survey approximately every 3 years to make sure that those adjustments you've been applying to your pay structure have kept you competitive in the market. Now, those salary surveys that you do every 3 years, it's just the salary piece. Classification shouldn't have to be like a full study. We recommend they should remain current for about 10 years. That's the typical what we see in the marketplace. So we don't see a lot of changes in those. And if you maintain through the logic leveling job growth or entry-level jobs, you should be good. So those are our recommendations. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So these are premised on base salaries. How do you incorporate the annual cost of living adjustment? For example, this year the feds came out with their COLA for people on fixed income. Social Security is going to go up 5.9% to combat inflation based on the pandemic, essentially. Do those shifts in cost of living adjustment, or do they propagate linearly through your scale, or are they accounted for in any way in this process?
So cost of living, it's an interesting concept because or an interesting question, because we typically recommend that organizations focus on cost of labor. And that is how pay is changing in the marketplace. And cost of living and cost of labor don't always align. Cost of labor is a component of cost of living, but it doesn't always, it's not always reflective of how pay is changing in the marketplace. So we have tended to see structures tend to move about, between 1% and 2%, and employee pay move approximately 3%. So if you take into account with the step system, if you're moving your structures 2% and you're providing 3% performance-based, step movement, that equates to about 5%, because when the structure moves 10%, employees keep aligned with their step, and then they also move a step. So and we have lots of clients who say, cost of labor adjustments aren't effective for us because of where we live, or employees are more accustomed to seeing cost of living adjustments. You can also do that. From our perspective, why we're more proponents of cost of labor than cost of living is that cost of living sends the message that, when the price of milk or the price of gas goes up, we're going to make you whole. And those items have nothing to do with the work or how pay is changing in the market. But there is a correlation there. So that is why we recommend cost of labor versus cost of living. But you live in a unique location. Maybe it is more appropriate for you to do cost of living, given the housing and cost of housing and whatnot in your specific geography.
So the 8.4% is strictly based on cost of labor calculation, with no consideration for cost of living based on our locality.
Yeah,
Well,
it's an aggregate based on the salary survey and the methodology, the leveling, et cetera. So going back, just to add, Lori, I think that your question is, Terry, or the answer is, like this bullet right here, I think covers it. She's talking about cost of labor, but you're asking about cost of living adjustments each year as everything progresses. And what Lori's saying is Pam, myself, others will have to account for that each year to keep the salary structure, the step structure fresh.
Right. So this is to normalize it to the and analyze cost of labor norms for these positions.
Right. To bring it to Lori, the median, the median of the market, right?
Yes. That's
And to be fair, the organizations we got competitive salary information from: Avon, Carbondale, Delta, maybe more or less, so Dillon, Durango, Eagle, Frisco, Glenwood Springs, Mountain Village. So, I mean, like, we're comparing to communities that are having a similar cost of living situation. Like if we were comparing to Grand Junction or to
more resort-based communities.
So I think in some ways it's not a wash, but in some ways it's sort of embedded in the numbers that we got.
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's some
I'm also taking this. Yeah.
Any other questions? I know it's a lot of information.
Any other questions for Lori? Thoughts, comments? Kudos.
It's great.
It's a nice-
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. It's a nice data set.
Well, it was certainly a pleasure working with Pam and Preston on this project. They're great to work with.
Stop it. Stop it.
No, we like to hear that, Kristen, because we hired you, so it's great to hear that you're great.
Well, Pam was involved every step of the way, and Lori, again, Lori, you and Nicole have been an absolute pleasure to work with. I don't want to speak for Pam, but I think she would say we learned so much from you all. It's a pretty dense topic, really hard to follow sometimes. I think you did a great job presenting the executive summary. And the recommendations, we're thrilled that we ended up going with you and thrilled with the result you've produced. So thank you so much for everything and for taking the time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Anything else for Lori before she goes golfing or something?
I guess I don't know if it's a question for Lori or if it's a question for you guys, Preston and Pam, but I'm curious that like roles like planner, senior planner aren't considered management. Or unless I'm reading this step salary structure wrong.
They were considered in the professional ranks, so they weren't management. Management was defined as those who are leading a department or a division or department within the town. So, but we did have those professional jobs of like planner. The planner was a good example. The senior planner, they fell into the professional ranks versus management.
Okay.
And we aligned, you know, how wide the ranges are. We came up with those based on what we saw in the market as well when we developed the structure and we saw what is actually being paid in the marketplace. We also looked at how wide are their salary ranges, and we used that information to help us determine what should the salary range widths be, and that's just the distance from the minimum to the maximum. How should we build the town's pay structure to align with the market from that perspective as well, how wide the ranges are. And we saw kind of 40% for those non-exempt, for those, you know, technical, operational, professional, administrative type support jobs. And then we saw around 50% for the management level jobs, like the, you know, public works superintendent, town marshal, town clerk treasurer. So that's how we came up with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else for Lori? Lori, any questions for us?
No questions. I will be anxious to hear what you all decide on. So Preston, and we can touch base maybe next week or something.
Totally.
Okay.
Totally. Thank you,
Great.
Lori, very much.
Thank you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
You too.
Lori.
Thanks for
Bye.
coming Saturday. Gotta say, it's kind of disappointing that City of Uray County,
Yeah,
that's,
the ones that didn't respond,
it's borderline mind boggling. I mean,
Is that the no response?
Yeah.
yeah.
Because it's competitive when they.
Well, it's just, I mean, we're always talking about collaboration, and working together. And it seems to me like this is just we're so against that. Why wouldn't they?
I'm gonna let Pam, let's.
We reached out.
We reached out several times. And I like to think maybe it's because they're waiting to see our results so that they can take the great work that we've done to apply to whatever they want to do. So
It's just not
but it's,
fair.
it's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bottom line. It's like, wait a minute, what happened to us helping each other out? I don't see any logic in literally not responding.
But in the participant list, I mean, a lot of those cities and towns were great about right away getting Lori and Nicole the information. Of course, they had to data mine some of it. But a pretty good list.
Yeah, no,
Pretty
it's-
good list.
I'm not worried about that. It's just to have our own sister
Yeah,
organization.
regional communities that.
It's kind of blows your mind.
it is interesting. And I go back and forth between the two communities on a daily basis where those differences lie.
Anyway,
Okay.
So what's your guys' take on where we go from here?
So yeah, again, the recommendation, misaligned by about 26%, which in all honesty, I don't think was a shock to Pam or I in understanding where we sit compared to the median market. You guys saw the recommended, sorry for scrolling, but the adjustment cost and percent of payroll. And just so I mean, last year, going into 2021, the recommendation from staff was I think a 5% across the board adjustment, 3% cost of living and 2% merit, which this would take the place of theoretically this next year. So to me, it's not too bad of a jump, considering what's been done in years past. And I'm thrilled that the proposal has been a step structure, which will, guide salaries and future steps of employees. I'm a very structured person, so having that structure, I'm really excited about. I think Pam is too. That way we don't have to, I'll use the word, but arbitrarily decide cost of living and merit increase each year. Of course, as we were talking about with Terry's question, we got to keep that structure fresh by accounting for cost of labor, cost of living, the whole nine. I hope that makes sense.
So I'm not sure I totally grasp this. This is across the board, that 73 grand would be distributed across our entire.
Across all all current employees.
Not
Not
equally.
No, I understand. Yeah, not equally, because
Oh, yeah.
it depends on their time of position.
Yeah, but that's the aggregated total.
And is that incorporated into the numbers you were showing us with this?
Yes.
Okay. I figured it was just.
Interesting that the biggest discrepancy in page 17 chart is town manager position.
Yeah, we knew that.
We knew that.
Pam, you want to highlight the staffing changes for this next year?
Sure. Yeah, and they are in the budget. That is the addition of a full-time deputy marshal, and the removal of a part-time deputy marshal. The addition of a part-time code enforcement officer.
A seasonal part-time
Seasonal.
code enforcement officer through the spring and summer, no greater than 26 weeks, because that's the state statute threshold, I think it is. That's a big one, having someone dedicated to making sure folks are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Why seasonal?
Good question. I think purely just to see how it goes.
Right, I think I needed to see if it's needed for full time.
Okay.
Test run.
And then also 6-month administrative assistant position.
Which we've had budgeted the last couple of years, something to that effect, but we'll definitely look to make that a priority.
Is that throughout what I would call the front half of this building, or just in your office? Or?
I would think that person will probably do that. At this point, we haven't really talked about that until we get the planner position filled, have a better idea of what needs are.
And 6 months we're overlapping with summer busy season, I assume.
Yeah, something to that effect. I envision a rover of sorts, like she's saying, but probably mostly concentrated in the clerk's office, given all the stuff going on.
Because I think something I've tried to champion for years, and we've talked about recently, is getting you specifically more kind of frontline help, somebody to for lack of a better term, run interference on the amount of stuff that you have to deal with, so that you can spend more time doing stuff that should be your primary responsibility. So
Totally.
We did talk about that, possibility of that person being more an executive assistant and doing that type of thing.
That's why I call it a
Have to be.
rover. You can rely on he or she for a number of different things depending on the day.
Is that, sorry, but is that kind of the Deidre's replacement?
No,
That would be.
No, it's an additional.
in addition, over and above what we budgeted for. So just to recap, taking a part-time deputy and making it full-time. So we have the proposals, 3 full-time deputies and the marshal. Part-time seasonal code enforcement officer, and then a part-time seasonal administrative assistant, executive assistant, rover, whatever you want to call
And that position would be seasonal as well, just in evaluation.
it. Yes.
Wait, it would be part-time seasonal for the
Or
administrative
we
assistant?
said full-time, sorry,
Okay.
full-time seasonal.
I'm sorry. I mean, I know it's a tough discussion, expense wise, but I almost think we need 2. I really do.
Administrative assistants.
Yeah.
Or
Maybe we think about.
one
full-time.
full-time
One. Well,
instead of 2. I don't know where we'd sit 2.
yeah, which closet would?
Or- And, yeah, and just having one person
Well,
that
yeah.
moves through.
I can see that, well, I'll just be honest and say, I think this is a starting point, not an ending point for sure. It's like, we're gonna have to, we should be planning for growth, we should be planning for growth in this building. And I just, again, to be blunt, I think my biggest concern is burnout. Preston in particular, you to a certain extent. I think of your job as being more kind of like this, but I probably don't have the full sense of it. So, but what we want to avoid is having you guys be getting burned out by the load of Dana Ivers impacts.
But also the number of times that we're like, this sounds like a great idea, council's in favor of it, we can find the money, do we have staff capacity
Yeah.
questions? That's the other half, right? There's the staff wellness part, and then there is literally how much work does it take to run town?
They're totally related for sure. So, I mean, bottom line, I'm totally supportive of the proposed staffing changes. I just want to go on record saying that this is just the beginning.
Well, is there, I mean, it seems like you threw it out there. Is there support for modifying the administrative assistant from a full-time seasonal to beyond that as a starting point?
We could also, if you guys, instead of, a 6-month decision, if we said 7 months, you're bringing them on in May, and when we get to round of budgeting next year, October, November, do we want to, continue forever? It's another way of looking at it.
I have no doubt that we need this person
I agree.
for the foreseeable future.
You mentioned briefly the results of the census. I haven't seen that formally. That's going from what to what to.
It went from 924 to 1185.
Sounds about right.
So then just that percentage alone shows that if you think of it as proportional to the increase in work.
That's 2010 to 2020.
It was kind of, burnout, employee retention, keeping you guys happy. Like I'd say, go to a full year and not even do the part-time or seasonal, and just load that position and that'd be a good starting point. Just do it.
And I guess my only caveat to that is, as long as that's not creating more stress in itself. Because
But I agree that we definitely.
I would hope that it may create more stress for a brief period. There's going to be a training period, which
Right.
is an argument for bringing them on in early spring before things ramp up. And knowing that's the case, I think it's something we'll see frequently. Where you got to invest something to ratchet it down.
So I'm hearing, but I heard full-time and you're talking seasonal?
Oh, I can go for.
I vote.
Bring on. Okay, you said bring on.
Well, I was trying to
split the difference. And just,
You're pulling a Terry?
I think John and I were saying the same thing. I was just, if someone was worried about the cash, like, let's split the difference. But no, I think John and I are on the same page.
You know, I remember when Jen was town manager, she resisted some of this effort because she saw it as more work for her to train the person and to get them up to speed. But I think that's a short-sighted view. I think you need to, like you said, it's going to be a little increased stress level beginning, getting this person on, getting them trained. But the long term, you got to keep your eyes on the long term. This is so important that we have some extra help.
Yeah, and now that you say that, if you can bring someone on in March or April rather than.
I would say soon.
Well, whenever, but like versus.
Your peak time, yeah,
Yeah,
plan it in the,
Right.
possible, we'll.
yeah, that would be January.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
I don't see any reason why.
I think we have the direction we need.
Right? And I'm totally in favor of the other changes for sure. I don't think that the code enforcement thing is going to be anything we pull back on. It's been a long-term issue.
It's code enforcement falls into that place between where you said we don't need outside help to manage short-term rentals because people still know what's happening. But then on the flip side, you start to, as you grow and have less of those connections, you need more of the official side of code enforcement, unfortunately.
Dogs. I could see the marshals going, you go.
Weeds is the biggest one.
Yeah.
I told Mike I'd call him once you guys were in favor of the code enforcement.
Oh, did you really?
He's been really chomping at the bit to know.
No,
Know what you all thought about the seasonal code.
Because he's
enforcement.
crying at the thought of not being able to do code enforcement anymore.
Taking something away.
Yeah, it's something. Well, thank you all. I think that was great. A great conversation on compensation and staffing. So does that answer your staffing level? Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're at the point where we start talking about capital improvements. You guys want to take a couple minute break or something?
You don't want to go through the water and sewer?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need to go back to that.
I mean, we don't have to, but we're gonna hit,
Yes.
yes, bathroom break, and the food's coming soon too.
Santa wants a break.
It's all that milk.
It was like 4 pages of, that I've been tracking over the last 20, 25 years. And it's down to this tiny little sheet, which is great. So the water fund has 2 long-term debts. One's 2030 payoff and the other's 2046 payoff. And then the other 2 are sewer and in 2028 and the bond for ramp in 2029. Oh, which I didn't talk about, which we should have talked about when we were in the general fund. The ramp bond, we talked last year about maybe there's a possibility of prepaying that at the end of this year. And we did talk to the bond council during the summer about that. He sent me on to someone who deals with this type of thing, who actually was the person who helped us originally, Alan Matlas. And really, when it came down to it, and when you looked at all the numbers, we aren't going to save any money by doing that. Because the cost to go out and get a grant, to get a bond, and get it financed through all the costs that we would incur to get there they considered it a short window to pay off. We're not going to save anything. It was like a few $1,000s, and they were like, "You mean you can do that? It's a lot of work, and you're going to be paying us, and you're going to be paying them, and you're going to." And they said we wouldn't recommend it.
That's crazy.
So Preston and I talked about it, and we didn't feel like it was something that we should pursue and bring to council.
Pay off the principal and be done with it. We have to go through this elaborate process to.
To refinance the bond.
Yeah,
That's-
she's
that's
not-
what-
The option wasn't to refinance, the option was to prepay and close it out.
Oh, yeah, we can do that, but there's also the option to get out of it and go out into the market and refinance at a lower rate.
Right.
We have that window right now.
Gotcha.
And the only financing company that he could even find was the company that we already have the bond with, who will give us a lower rate, but we have to give them all the fees to get, this one, because you've done it with your house, right? Yeah, so,
So just to be
And the
clear,
interest.
we still will, when the time comes, look at the opportunity to just pay down the principal. and Close it out.
we can do that,
I think, yeah, we're eligible to. do it
Analyze the.
right, we're
Without a
out,
penalty or anything.
Yeah. Analyze whether that makes sense, whether we have the money to do it. So that would bring all that money that we're bringing in for, from the capital improvement sales tax to be able to use that for other things instead of to pay bond every year.
yeah, our interest rate is 3% or something. No,
Well, that's what I said. I'll let you guys do the analysis of whether.
Yeah, we can look at it.
But
Again, just what you're saying is maybe look at just paying it all off now,
okay,
prepaying
we can,
repaying now.
the balance so that we get out from under having to spend our capital improvement sales tax every year. If I'm understanding it correctly. I could be
if there's not any questions on the water fund, sewer fund, again, that's page 10. Tap fees, I did include the possibility of the development, the same developments that I put into the water fund. There is some items in maintenance and repairs, nothing large, but there were a number of them. And that's why that line item's at 77.5, which actually we budgeted 75 this year and spent 147,000 in 2020, so it's probably not off. And Joanne has two items in the sewer fund in engineering that she's hoping to do this year. Which one is the wastewater plant operations, or excuse me, the preliminary needs assessment to relocate the plant. And the reviewing of camera footage if we go in and camera the lines. And sewer fund has one debt, which I just told you, I think it was 2028. But that's paid off. That's it.
Thanks, Pam.
Yeah.
Want to talk about capital projects?
Yeah.
Talk about that for a few minutes and then, Pam, you said lunch was getting here soon.
What's that, Preston?
The lunch, was someone delivering the lunch?
Right, I told her. I'm just gonna kick Joanne the money to give her the tip. But maybe you should look through Joanne. Huh? Maybe you should look to see if she's going to want more.
Those of you on Macs, it's usually pretty easy to rotate these things just.
Yeah, I was struggling with this.
I have paper copies.
It
if
is
you
too
want
big.
them.
And I just deal with it.
I can make a paper copy if you need it.
You know, are you in the Dropbox app?
Mhm.
Yeah, doesn't have to do it.
Okay, that's fine.
Which one was that? How to do it?
This is 8, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. The Dropbox is annoying. They don't make it easy to rotate things. That's why I was downloading other Dropbox.
Okay, well, then we won't have.
I have a paper to do that.
I can, do you want me to scan these right now, Preston,
No.
to the Xerox?
No, because they're on Dropbox.
I could,
Does everyone have it open on their
Yeah.
device?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
it's item or document number 08.
Yep.
Yeah. I can project it from my computer if you want, but it's not-
Yeah. Just launch the screens and it won't work too.
There you go. I think it's- Responded to technology.
Just lock the screen.
Should we start with the 5-year?
Yeah.
5-year general fund. So these items that are yellowed on here are all items, yes, they're all items that I've already put into the budget that you just reviewed. So that's why they're yellowed.
So we can take this line, line by line, if you'd like, or you guys can ask questions, specific questions about some of these that are already accounted for and some of them that are not. I don't remember how we did it last year.
We're just gonna keep carrying over the drainage improvements at Mountain Market until we get to that point.
You know, I didn't put those into the budget this year because when we had our discussions with Joanne was like, I don't really think it's gonna happen this year. So I just took it out of the budget and just put it in the 5-year.
That's fine.
Yeah, she's waiting for Mountain Market to pave.
Yeah, it's contingent on that happening.
Oh, I understand that. I just think it's fine.
Has anybody talked to Darren recently?
No, not me.
Nobody wants to. I know.
Sometimes it's on. And Lupita hasn't said anything this year at all, or even last year. Did we even hear her Lupita last year?
Of course, she's retired.
Well, I think they might just be happy with what they've got. Are used to what they've got.
Yeah.
We've gotten most of the water going somewhere else, knock on wood.
There's a couple items on here that don't have an amount, the acquisition of South Railroad Street. And then the purchase of an affordable housing unit, which is part of the Tyrant Foundation proposed project, purchase of an affordable housing unit.
Oh,
Right.
right.
The,
What's the South Railroad Street right away? Oh,
They're right away
on the other
across
side.
the street, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the co-housing,
Yeah,
which is a bit of a moot point now since we're exploring.
The roundabout. It's just called the roundabout.
I just want to giggle every time we say that. We don't have the Lena Street construction in yellow, and that's noted as being in 2020.
oh, yeah, it should be,
Okay.
yeah, it is, I put that 210,000 in there. It was at the bottom of the general fund.
Which if you all opt to move forward with that, we'll have 410,000 to meet our obligation as part of that. And we're working with Lena Street Commons to see if they're ready to go and try to get security and a commitment from them to move forward with this next year. It's a tough piece.
Well, and if my math is correct, 40% of 1.4 million is 560,000.
Yeah, I think round 1.4 is rounded up. I think, Joanne, what was your latest estimate? 1 something?
It was a little over $1 million, but it doesn't include any inspection, project management, it's just construction.
We'll verify the amount. But yeah, good note.
We'll know when we bid it, which I'm beginning to think ought to be early next year.
Did the bid?
To do the bid.
Yeah. If it's like this year, it's probably right after the holidays, as soon as people get back.
Highlight Space to Create, scheduled to finish construction, what, John, in like June or July of next year.
That's
I think,
plan.
and Pam had mentioned a lot of that community space and we need to furnish it and program it. So
I'll give you some other information about that space. I talked to Andrew at Art Space about the incentives that San Miguel Power is going to be able to provide them for not only the appliances that they're putting in there, but also additional incentives for going all electrics. They are going to go all electric with all 30 dwellings, 30, I think it is, including the common space would be all electric, which qualifies for $750 from San Miguel Power, but I've got Tri-State working to match that. So we're going to look at getting $50,000 in incentives to the project, hopefully to help offset some of the pain of the cost of the interconnection. But along those lines, I had previously proposed to them the idea of solar microgrids, all kinds of, cutting edge stuff for the whole building. They didn't have the budget. It was already, the train had already sailed, so to speak, on the design. But I did convince them to go ahead and place conduit from the common space to the roof and to the back. So in case the town were to wish to afford to put a solar system in to power or offset the electric use of just the common space, that's going to be not pre-wired. We're going to go ahead and place a conduit in place. Secondly, I've convinced them that it's inexpensive to put a second sub panel in that space and then separate the loads. As long as they're bringing they call them home runs, the wires down to the main panel, they can put what could be emergency loads, for example, telecommunications, plug loads for charging cell phones, laptops, and a second panel mounted right next to the first panel. So if at some point when I want to add battery backup, the loads will be pre-wired for that, making that cost much less than having to retrofit that. So I have a meeting with their engineer to discuss those details about, adding those relatively inexpensive cost adders now to save a lot of money down.
And Preston, this furnishings number 25 grand, is that on top of the money that Tim Schultz has raised and is planning to donate?
I guess so. I mean, you plugged, right?
I think he's already committed 25 grand, doesn't he?
I believe this number is, Deidre had said that she thought it was 50,000.
No, he's still trying to raise more money, but the current number is 25, right? From Tim.
Yeah, right. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Just that's, verbally, but Tim.
Wouldn't surprise me that full, AV system, wet bar, all that could be 50 grand.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yeah, it would be above and beyond if we do get that donation.
But I know FYI, he's still trying to raise more money. He's doing that stuff.
It's awesome.
So has he committed those monies?
The 25 grand, yes.
Just verbally.
Okay. To come to the town, I'm just asking if we
Yeah.
need to put it in the budget.
Good point. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll need to follow up and get a more firm commitment, I guess.
What's our reconfig town hall?
Which one?
Town hall assessment and design for reconfiguring?
Oh, yeah, good.
Is that for increased office space?
Yeah, that,
Is that in addition to the building or just carving out spaces out of this room?
Carving out
it
spaces.
remains to be seen. So like last year, and even the year before, I think we had allocated 25,000 for doing an addition or reconfiguring the front. What did we call that?
That was, to add on like a,
Airlock.
The vestibule or something.
vestibule, that's what I wanted. And change the entry coming into town hall. And then we talked, Preston and I talked also about the need to just start to look at what could happen in town hall as we grow and we bring on more staff. And we talked about need for just have somebody come in and do an assessment, give us an idea of what that design would look like, you know, what type of walls might need to come out, how things might need to change.
And that includes like a recommendation of reconfiguration of the front, how people are able to interact with certain folks and security measures and stuff like that. It'll be 2022.
That was,
Bad things happen.
I was gonna say that was the key outcome of that active shooter training was the consultant also, we hired something to look at how we harden our public space against potential for violence essentially. So we're doing that in both our offices, spend a fair amount of money to create holistic glass in front of the you know, the people that take cash. I mean, we get, this is not confidential, but you know, the dispensaries who come pay their electric bills, pay it in $20 bills, you know, bring in $8,000 in 20s. So it's pretty much of a security problem.
We get the same thing.
Yeah, right. Sure. But handling that much cash, unless you find another way to do it. One other way to do it, by the way, is you have them deposit their money directly in an account at the bank, which is their job to handle cash, and then it goes into your account, so you don't
Except for
handle
the-
cash.
The banks can't legally take that money because it's,
Yeah, it gets.
it blows my mind that the feds haven't figured out a way around it.
I thought I heard something
I think
about
it's-
Colorado setting up its own bank.
Yeah.
They're trying,
They can
yeah.
take-
Yeah,
They can deposit, separate from the dispensary thing, our members could, instead of coming in to pay their bill
Oh,
in
yeah.
cash, they can go to the bank, deposit it into our account, and we just
I think,
do the
I
collections
think
that.
federally, we're almost getting to critical mass with
Yeah.
states going to medical if they haven't gone to recreational. I think
Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
it's a matter of time for that changes.
Well, I'll quickly address the last time, that line item there. I approached eight alternative power enterprises to actually do a design of putting solar on the west side of the bathroom by the pavilion. And that solar array, based on that space, would offset 2/3 to 3/4 of the electric load currently of the bathroom and the projected load that I did of the pavilion. The bathroom load is more significant than you would think, and it must have heaters or pumps in that room. That the load is mostly in the room, so it must be a heater to keep the water lines in there from freezing. The outcome, and Preston has a copy of it, but I'll just quote the results, would be a 2.38 kilowatt solar system line tied, and he's providing that at almost no labor costs. And then with the incentives that San Miguel Power can provide, if it were to occur in 2022, the net roll-up cost would be in the neighborhood of $6,500 to solarize that.
You think a solar array could take a soccer ball?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They can handle 1-inch diameter hill balls at terminal velocity.
So that amount takes into account the credits. So what would be
So the net roll-up's around 6,500.
but I mean, the total capital cost to get it going would be almost 8.
No. Well, the credits would come right after. This would come as soon as the electrical permit. So, yeah, so you're right, it would.
So yeah, we need to reflect an actual, like, okay, so. we
Yeah,
can
so
reflect the
80,000, then the credits would come at 63. Which is a relatively inexpensive solar system. I'll get my calculator. 2.38.
What you said.
So Terry's here to make me look less nerdy.
So that comes out a solar system costing $2.65 a watt. That's after credits. That's almost half of the retail cost. So that's with a lot of, grace from the installer. And of course, I managed to get San Miguel Power to add additional incentives last year for doubling the rebates if you're a nonprofit, doubling the rebates if you're a municipality. So there's 2 doublings in there based on the standard solar rebate that we would qualify for. Oh, and another nickel kicker if you've been totally green for more than a year, which you guys are. I work this thing, not just for us, but for other municipalities and nonprofits. Which, by the way, those incentives come out of the green fund. So the fact that the town has contributed to that fund is what's funding these incentives. So it's kind of a full circle coming back.
Great.
So really, we're paying for the rebates,
Right.
getting refund if you're totally green. expenditures.
So we can plug in that $8,000 figure there under estimated cost. Of course, that'd be the total capital expense, but any desire to,
And that's based on it going in 2022, those incentives change. Cost change, that was a quote. 3 installments.
Seems like it's.
Just the visual aspect of throwing solar panels on the campus, super positive.
And the orientation of that bathroom is kind of funky in terms of solar exposure. It's southeast, southwest, so you have the choice of putting, facing Cimarrons or facing the community. It's more advantageous to have it face solar ranches, which may pose, objections as an eyesore for some people.
They're not
Although I don't.
having reflected.
Yeah, no, and they wouldn't reflect into the town because they're going to be angled.
Terry, I didn't hear your presentation, but did you look at the use, the electrical use on
Yeah.
that versus this one?
I looked just at the loads on
Oh,
that meter. So it would just be to offset those loads, which are the bathroom facility and the projected load of the pavilion, which is hard to project since we haven't had much traffic.
so Pam, the capital cost would be $8,000 for that solar array.
okay.
I think I saw some head nods on putting that in the budget.
Okay,
Saw head nods from everyone except Adam. I didn't see that.
I'm good.
No, just to reiterate, that's the cost if we did it in 2022, push it up another year, we'd have to reevaluate. It may not change much, but
We usually like getting the smaller dollar ones done. So just so I'm clear on the town hall assessment and design for reconfiguring, that 40 grand is just preliminary analysis and design and
Yes,
evaluation.
exactly. Not quite sure what to call it, but I know I've seen it done in other communities and it's called a different thing in other communities. But yeah, to answer your question, it's a full-on assessment evaluation of what we currently have, condition assessment of the facility, and then recommendations, and then a design for improvements based on those recommendations. That's my vision. But that was a result of Pam, Mike Gill, and I sitting around a table saying, what should we plan for? What is that going to cost ballpark? So
Yeah, I think that's getting a better number in here that next year when we come back to the capital improvements fund, you're and discussing this makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
so we're gonna include that in the budget? And are we gonna include the furnishings for space to create in the budget? Did you agree on that?
I think so.
We have
Yes.
to. Okay. It'd be really hard to tell the community we have this space, but we don't have anything to go in it.
Bring your yoga mats.
BYOB, bring your own beanbag.
Yeah.
Of course, for this town, they would probably do something.
Yeah, that's.
It might not manage.
It would be part of keeping, it would be in keeping with Ridgway, and some people think the building.
Does that include a wet bar or a kegerator? It's the towns.
I think so.
The direct tap underground from the car.
We got the conduit.
Underground, why underground?
But if you totally deep enough, it will freeze, right?
Oh, that's why.
That line would stay.
I got the water.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about like power to refrigerate it, so.
it's great.
We're getting creative now.
I think this is.
Just wait.
Or beer.
I'm curious what the master plan implementation and subdivision updates dollar amount. Yes.
That was something that had been in there, it's been in here a couple years. I don't
We've
know the
mostly
answer to
done
that.
From like upgrading the.
There's a couple more phases still to go, specifically looking at the subdivision regulations, PUD stuff to. Yeah, looking at it to update. I wish Joanne was here because she knows exactly what that scope is, but
No, I can imagine.
just evaluating what our regs are compared to other communities and see if we need to update it, and update them.
Bouncing off the latest map.
So I want to wait for a planner to be here before they come on and then we go, oh, we have this project.
Yeah, more of a long range kind of thing, yeah.
We won't have any shortage of projects.
Right.
So the purchase of an affordable housing unit, was that relative to this Telluride Foundation project?
Yeah.
That what precipitated it?
Yeah.
Because that could be $300,000 or $400,000.
But that's something we could finance, yes.
Or find other
Yeah.
sources for it.
But I think to finance it, we'd have to go to a ballot question for multi-year
Obligation.
obligation.
Grants or fundraising, philanthropic pursuits, bake sales. So bake sales.
Yeah, so. I'll have to ask Bo about that,
Yeah.
but, as you probably remember, we got direction from you all to enter into, or to keep exploring entering into a first right of purchasing homes related to the foundation project. So that's close to next up on the list for Bo and I to continue talks with Paul and David. Paul and David are out of town right now, but when we get back, we'll talk through it more.
Was that in exchange for relief of some sort, or was that just based on goodwill?
There's a good question. That seems as though there's some conditions attached, some strings attached to that, which we, Bo and I want to further explore and really understand what those strings are. That's all I'll say.
They FYI approached San Miguel Power with the same idea, based on us providing some relief, which is difficult for us to do as we go up. Help find money, but we can't burden you all, the members, by saying, oh yeah, we're gonna go spend your money on that. Still reasonable rates. Actually, by the way, there is no rate increase for 2022. Sweet.
We haven't talked about, I feel like we've talked about almost all of the various orders.
Are you ready to go to the water fund?
Let's wait for Joanne on that, because we'll
Okay.
talk about GAC. Should we go ahead and like maybe?
Joanne went to
now?
grab the food because they didn't bring it over. And one thing I just noticed on the water fund is the fence around the water plant. I know Joanne and Chris both wanted that to happen. I didn't put that in the budget, left it for council.
And that revolves around security, but yeah, let's maybe wait for Joanne to get back and talk about that and the GAC, which is the biggest, for me, the biggest piece.
And what's the construction? I mean, is this the construction plans at Heritage Park? What are we building there?
So
Not much for 20,000.
So we put together that subcommittee that met 4 or 5 times, I think it was.
Yep.
John, yeah, so made recommendations on next steps of full-on implementation plan for what to do next with Heritage Park. As that facility, the visitor center gets older. You all looked at that implementation plan back in July or August, give it a thumbs up.
Okay.
Do you recall that? So there are specific line items and steps, and some of them have been put into here. So your question was about the construction plans. Well, we need some updated construction plans and want to make sure they're consistent with everyone's vision and stuff. So 20,000 is a ballpark number to have someone like DHM Design or someone come in and produce some construction plans for us based on that collective vision. So, and that's all in an effort to keep that moving over there.
Yeah.
You know, the upgrades this last year were, I think, fantastic. Of course, the sod drew some criticism, understandably so.
Should be great.
But I think what some folks don't understand is that wasn't just a arbitrary, like, let's put, however much sod that is over there that had been in some adopted plans. And I do think it looks great, but that's not to say that Totally understand folks' concerns as it relates to water conservation and drought. Town definitely needs to walk the walk if we're talking the talk for sure. But
I think it's like many things where we take heat from people who have their specific line is this body is looking at all of the inputs. And so at some point it's like, we're balancing that. So I chose not to take the water in the sod personally.
We put in gray water system in the bathroom. What?
love it.
Those get more expensive.
The gray water,
If you're processing from that.
Yeah,
The easy one is laundry.
Laundry to landscape. The other one's really expensive.
Laundry, but doesn't laundry have some weird stuff because
As long as you don't have any toxins in your.
it's a soap
Detergent.
choice, that detergent choice, yeah.
well, no, but I remember some communities said no because people can wash diapers in their laundry.
Oh.
And so laundry, I thought was actually, like dishwashers are one of the places that it's really easy. It's laundry can be weird, I thought, because of potential for contact with fecal matter.
All the research I've
Huh,
done. you
But
should-
I haven't looked at it for a few years.
I was surprised that after you shower, actually means heavy process.
Really?
Yeah.
And you can only store it for a certain amount of time too.
Like
48 hours.
Something, yeah.
But yeah, shower and laundry. It's I watch. And so like, Tucson is requiring, you don't have to utilize the gray water, but new construction has to have the valve set up.
Shut the house, yeah.
If you have a new,
Australia.
the house is pre-plumbed,
Gray
so you
water,
don't have to set it up to use it.
Call it future proof.
Yeah.
And because I
half
toyed
the
with the
kids I
idea
found like right away.
when I built my house, because we didn't have a provision in the
Yeah.
code at the
Right,
time,
right.
but I ended up not doing.
Yeah, I mean, you end up having to cut those things off anyway.
It's not
Which is
that-
fine, like.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
decent.
irritating during the winter anyway.
Because it has a lot of
Well, if,
nasty.
am I irritating at all?
That's-
Threw some water down in the backyard, one what was supposed to be
Saudis are
a native
kinda
seed
changing
next
the
to
salinity in
a
their
giant field of rocky
surrounding
plant, which
sea
is fine.
is the way there.
And let me tell you, you walk by,
There's two
there
different
were
ways to
bees
do it.
buzzing away. I don't know if they're coming from the
One of them
apiary,
they
but they were
basically
happy,
forced
happy,
At
happy.
least find
I don't
memory.
know, I mean, hopefully they didn't come over bother you. They mostly stay around the bee plants. They
We
were,
got our own, but.
Yeah.
it was just, it was really funny. I
I
actually
don't
called
think,
it.
and then there's two ways of
Yeah,
primary
bought
ways
this
of doing
mix from,
it.
which was like,
So, But
cool, you,
you gotta
was
somewhere
like
to
more
put
of
all
a
that
mix. What
salt.
do I do for next year?
minerals and-
Because basically I got one species out of what was supposed to be a mix of things.
Yeah, I've heard that being an issue.
I did a native seed mix that was supposed to be a
For
mix.
Florida?
No, it was local. It was a Colorado company for our elevation, and I basically got Rocky Mountain bee plant out of the seed mix.
Rocky Mountain what?
Bee
Bee
plant,
plant,
Okay.
bee pollen.
they're, I mean, they're tall, they had purple flowers, they were, I mean, really, it was not a mix. It was not a mix. It was not the meadow mix it was supposed to be. It was 5 to 6 foot tall Rocky Mountain bee plants.
It might have been mixed, bee plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Those bees pollinated.
I guess we're getting ready for
apple
lunch.
trees, and I got one Fuji apple that says a golf ball.
That's just the first year though.
Yeah.
Which is at the top, highest part of the tree. I haven't been able to get it.
We're a little behind schedule. We better eat fast.
Thanks, John.
All right. You're ready to eat?
Good.
But I'm always.
This is from Avery, that's the back.
Oh my God.
There's turkey. And then there's okay, here we go. Want me to put stuff
You know-
right here? No, I think that's-
Preston, another thing on this, like, sort of along the lines of us bugging you about a clock for several months. Something I wanted to get done for 20 years, is to put an automatic door closer on that door, like there are on all the other doors in the building. For some reason, that one doesn't have the same kind of door closer as that one. Isn't that weird?
What is that though?
Just,
The box thing at the top of the
Oh, the
door.
spring thing?
yeah, this thing right here. It holds the door closed. If there are, in the way.
It also dampens the wind effect. Yeah, one way or the other.
It allows you to take a stone or something and put the door, I mean, with that door, you need 2 stones or something to hold it where you want it. Otherwise, it just blows up. I've actually thought about going and buying one and installing it myself, but obviously I've never done it.
It's going
Yeah,
on
we
the
can-
budget. We can do that.
It's a minimal expense.
There's mineral water over there. Forgot to bring it out. Sorry.
Okay, so thanks for bringing up IT. And our contract with Pro Velocity, actually, it's a contract with Deeply Digital that's still in effect. They merged with Pro Velocity, and so now it's just the overarching Pro Velocity. Our contract is up with them at the end of this year. We've been having conversations with them for the last few months, and they're very much proponents of us transitioning. It's really our only option with them, transitioning to more of a managed services agreement, where we're paying more monthly, but the services we get from them are comprehensive, and we get everything from them, including much more proactive. They'll be much more proactive when it comes to cybersecurity. So Pam and I feel comfortable moving forward with them, just based on the level of service we get from them and how responsive they are. Brian Redmond is our primary rep. I think he does a great job. Pam, I don't know if you have the same feeling about that, but I think they've been very responsive and done a great job for everything that we need here in Town Hall and some of our other facilities. So bottom line is IT costs, if you all are okay with moving forward with what they're proposing, will go up, but there's going to be a lot more benefits in relation to what they're giving us and how proactive they're going to be in making sure that we're secure and happy. So that's kind of the general gist. And just to go a little bit in more detail about our existing contract, it was hourly. Right now we pay for what we use them for. And they've got that model is kind of outdated, not just with Pro Velocity, but a lot of other IT providers, it sounds like. Maybe not all across the board, but mostly. And so this managed services is you're paying a premium, higher premium per month, but for everything, getting away from the hourly stuff. So that's what I took away from it. Is that accurate?
Yes, and they had to honor our contract because our contract was something that they took when they bought the company that we were with at the time. And their hourly rate is like 3 or 4 times what our hourly rate is under our current contract that's going to expire. So it's
Thanks.
right.
So just FYI there, those don't give me questions, but hopefully they're responsive to you all if you ever have to reach out to them for anything in particular. I know that the 2-way authentication piece was rough for some, all of us, but a small step in the right direction when it comes to making sure that getting a little more secure. So thanks for your patience. Going back to the CIP. You ready to talk Amelia Street?
Yeah. Is that on the 10-year?
It's on the 5-year. 5-year. Wants to start.
That's why. Oh, it's 3 months.
One other fun fact besides the stormwater I was going to mention is the 2 12-foot lanes are narrower than the street is now. I didn't want to say that because Ron did it and I wasn't positive, but I confirmed with him there are very few places that are wider than 24 feet or that are less than 24.
Is that
that sort of, or does it lend itself to some speed control measures on that street? Because I think that to me is one of those examples of places where maybe slightly more money needs to be spent to decrease concerns later. Does that make sense?
We talked a little bit about having plateaus where we have crosswalks, which are wide speed bumps.
Tables. They're not as dramatic as speed bumps like in work.
Can you?
But some of those measures sometimes are
Go fast.
bump out, so it
Yeah,
feels
we
narrower.
could do more bulb outs. I mean, the main route needs to, just because of how many trucks are on it. We don't want people driving over the bulb outs.
So anecdotally, yesterday, I was on the motorcycle ride, I saw him, we went up and around, blah, 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 came back. And I just happened to look to the right down Amelia Street, just at that moment. And there was just this gigantic cloud of dust. I mean, it was just a ton of dust. Now, it may have just been coincidental that somebody had just plowed through there or whatever, but then I went down to the next street and there was no dust. So I was like, huh, that's pretty dramatic.
The traffic, really, the amount of traffic directly impacts how long the mag lasts. So with the traffic counts on Amelia versus on Elizabeth, you would definitely see, particularly this time of year, I don't think we magged a second time this year. We only do that if we don't get any summer rain.
And what's the complaint about the mag? I heard that reference, but I didn't hear in much detail. Is this
There's
the chemical nature of it? Or it's salt?
Yeah, and there's, it's a salt and it has probably played a role in killing some trees along the road.
Run off to the river and fish and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because you drive around town and there are plenty of trees that are right on the side of the road that are perfectly healthy, but I have a neighbor who's convinced his very tall evergreen was killed by chloride, and he's still very angry about it, understandably. I mean, if you lose a big tree, it's not a good thing. That's the main thing I've heard. There's been some people talking about the health effects of once it dries out and you're getting the street dust and it's got a lot of chloride in it. That can't be good. But I mean,
When it pulverizes, the salt can get in the stomach, leaves and stuff like that.
But then it's a trade-off between dust and that, so.
Well, one of the things I had asked in that meeting, and I'm not sure if it was adopted per se, was the idea of breaking that budget into those segments, the segment north, segment south, then maybe separating out the south to Sabeta from 5. I'm sure that would carve the 3 million into various increments, and whether they're done in phases or not done at all, or I assume that was for.
Yeah, I mean, then if that's something you want us, if that's what council wants us to do, we can do that. At this point, we were hustling to get the design done. And the way I did the 3.5 million was I had a station at the teacher or at the north end of Yates. At Fife's house, which was like 30 years ago, all the way to Sabeta. And I just took that length and the width and tried to get you a budget. I mean, we haven't accounted that right now the lines for moving your transformers, and moving the meter cans isn't even in the budget.
So it's not even part of that estimate.
But that's, I mean, that's what we asked you
But
to
I have-
do, right?
yeah.
We needed to find out where those encroachments were and what the complications were, because we had brought this up. Actually, I feel like it had been brought up twice and then we postponed and did it last year. So it was, before we could even talk about that, we had to get this piece done. We didn't have anything to show the public so they could tell us what they liked and didn't like.
And I could see, there's a few hundred feet north of the teacherage going in front of, the equivalent of Gary Woods and Fife's place, that I don't know, provides any value either for pedestrian traffic or for vehicular traffic that you could shave off. Going the other way, it's a little bit, you know, do you want people walking in the middle of the street or?
You know, and I think there's a lot of places in Ridgway where you can walk in the middle of the street. I can walk down Laura Street to get to downtown. It is fine. But that stretch of road with County Road 5 traffic using it is a different animal. I think that's the part that like I look at. Amelia Street is different because of the elementary school and because of County Road 5 traffic. It's,
I agree.
you know, I think the part that has been keyed on is we're supposed to grow uniformly from downtown. Okay. But
Those streets don't.
those streets are different.
And they're a different category. And maybe one of the things that you want to put on the planning calendar is to update the road master plan. That goes back to a group that included Greg, so that's going back 15 to 20 years. And maybe the idea that the bookends are the collectors, but I don't know how you change the county pattern to make that not a collector.
You can't. We are going to take county road traffic on some Ridgway street, period. Like there's no other access to that road. But it may be time to look at that roads plan because as we look at Laura Street connecting up, if it connects through the Telluride Foundation development up into the business park, that changes Laura Street to my own consternation, but it does.
Immensely, yes.
Yeah.
I've always done.
I thought it was interesting that one of the alternative surface materials was us pounding sand.
I feel there's somewhere, I can look for it. Before ramp passed, we did an assessment, a whole series of covers, road covers.
And it came up too, and I think John mentioned as well, as part of what he's investigating alternative surfaces. It might be palatable if we were to find something that was truly unique and that had funding associated with it and it was experimental. And you know, it's a lot of extra work.
But also,
But it might be more acceptable if this was considered a research project rather than just.
but on the other end of the spectrum, if I'm a community member and I'm investing $3 million in something, is it the time to do the experiment? Like, you know,
Well, and I think we have to go
Less
back.
than 3 million.
Angela and I were talking about how it's not a clear case that asphalt is better than dirt when it comes to dust, especially when it had interfaces with dirt roads at every intersection. Because actually, I had this conversation with Spencer at the office supply. He told me the number one complaint he hears in the office supply store is the interface between the dirt streets and the asphalt at the intersections being just a mess. And, you know, creating, I'm not even really sure I understand other than just the mud, the rocks get dragged onto it and, you know, it's like all of a sudden it's not nice, clean asphalt anymore.
Well, and then the rock comes across it too, and it's really slick, because I have one near my house.
So I'm not convinced that asphalting, I like the idea of curb gutter and sidewalk, but I'm not sure asphalt is the answer at all.
maintenance wise, I feel like maintenance wise, does that change our costs? Is it a upfront cost for less maintenance with that amount of traffic? If we go with asphalt?
Oh, it's been 20 plus years since I compared the cost to asphalt over a 20-year period.
I just,
At that point, by about year 15, you were ahead with asphalt.
you know, it was brought up in one of the public comments about the valley and which catches people and you sort of giggle when there's people who don't know it's there. It's also a pain, even if you know it's there.
Yeah.
But it does slow people down. I think that's the thing though, is like, if people are concerned if we pave it, that people aren't gonna maintain a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and how do we
I just think
Make them.
we like to giggle about it, just like I like to giggle about going 20 through town to like make people grumpy. But at the same time, like the value plan really is like a shocker surprise if you're not paying attention versus like a table is a standard thing you see in roads. It's less of a gotcha for your, especially for your suspension or for a trailer or for whatever else.
When you do a plateau on asphalt, you got someplace to paint. And people know it's there. Lake City tried some gravel ones. Those were a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one. I definitely don't think we need to stretch from County Road 5 to Savannah.
I think that was pretty much a consensus.
Yeah,
Right.
To not pave it.
to not pay.
But
Not even sure we need the sidewalk.
Yeah, everybody, all of the feedback we got said that their kids were okay walking that part of the road.
yeah.
That is a pretty
As
stressful.
it is.
And actually, I thought Pat Willett's comment about not doing the sweep curve from 5 to Amelia and actually maintaining the stop sign there. I kind of agree with him. I think, in terms of speed and everything, to make people be able to just zoom through that curve, especially when you tend to have a lot of momentum coming down County Road 5. And I think we need to get people slowing down.
Well, and even the opposite, if you're preparing to go up that hill, you're gonna start gunning it right down the corner.
Right. Well, and I know that someone had mentioned paving instead of, doing from County Road 5 to Sabeta going up County Road 5. And I was wondering about if you're coming down County Road 5 in the wintertime, transitioning from like the dirt to the pavement, will people be able to actually stop at the stop sign, or are they gonna just like slide right through it?
Robert's gonna have cars in his front yard all the time.
Yeah,
Robert said nobody stops at it anyway. That was one of his comments.
I stop at it all
How
the
far
time.
up does town go there? Where is the
Town boundary's gotta be up by where Dallas Ditch goes under.
No, it's farther than that. It's almost to the curb. It's past Hess's driveway.
I was just curious. I realized during that meeting, I didn't actually know where the transition
Is
was.
that Andy Wages' house, the house up there on the left?
I don't think
Is
it's
it going up the road?
Maybe I have.
I think it is.
And that's in town,
I don't think so.
because it's really
What was-
close to Hess's driveway. I can't remember which side. it's on.
What was, Swedes is annexed, parallel, so what Ivers has is in, and after that it's
It's
not.
not.
It's all of Dana's is town.
Right, yeah, right after Dana's property. And I think there's a sign there that talks about the town's watershed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where that sign is, that's about the end of our right away.
I don't know. This is a lot of questions on this one, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it seemed like everyone could agree that sidewalks, at least, curb or sidewalks was a good thing, but the pavement wasn't. It seemed to be very popular.
But I would also argue, we got comments from a very passionate, small constituency.
It's always the case.
I don't know, it is always the case, but I did find them that small, passionate, like constituency didn't have kids, did not seem concerned about walking safety. I heard a lot of, I moved to a little town X number of years ago and my little town has changed, right? Which is a very, very specific group of people. I would be really interested if we sent a survey home to elementary school parents, what sort of feedback we would get. Like we sent letters to neighbors on the street, but what about a different group?
Right, and somewhere in here, we talked about, we worked with Susan Lacy and the school board on this.
Yeah, we met with them.
Yeah, did they have any particular input or?
It was, it was specific to, and Joanne, you'll tell me out, the immediate area around the school. I don't recall them not being proponents of, of course, the pedestrian, the increase in pedestrian safety and curb gutter sidewalk. I don't remember Susan or who else was there on that from the school, Shane here, saying anything about asphalt or any of those other proposals. The conversation wasn't just specific to that. It ended up being about the addition of stop signs, which has happened, and then Taylor, and you mentioned this the other night, Joanne, them tailoring their drop off and maybe potentially working with the town and requesting use of Clinton Street for drop off and stuff like that. So that's, I'm rambling now, but it evolved into some bigger discussions. But no, I guess in short, Susan and whoever else was there from the school, they didn't have any negative thoughts about what the scope at that time was.
Okay. Now, was it their input or suggestion to reverse the traffic flow? Is that their request?
It's something they talk about every few years.
It's
It
gone
goes-
back and forth.
It goes back and forth. But I think part of the discussion was about whether they could get out of the horseshoe arrangement and use part of Clinton to at least get some of at least the little kids not going all the way around, and do some things that change the traffic pattern beyond which way was one way.
Yeah, they're almost two completely separate issues that, you know, north of Sherman to the school has its own objective. It's not so much about the way I got it, it goes from Sherman to 5. That's really.
Right.
To me, it's like we have a school and we have a county interface.
Right.
Is really, because Amelia, if you take away County Road 5, isn't any, on the south end, isn't any different than any other street. But County Road 5 is a factor and isn't going to quit being a factor.
Well, so I mean, if we're talking like about pedestrian traffic, you know, on the north side and county road traffic on the south side, can we just sidewalk curb gutter on the north side and then just pave on the?
We've raised this factor of even if people say they don't need sidewalks getting from Solar Ranch, there's a large community of kids on the south side of that road, and we do have crossing guards at Amelia, so funneling them to Amelia, and I'd be interested to get Susan's perspective on that, but funneling kids all the way west to Amelia makes sense where there's a crossing guard. Because otherwise,
I'm not saying not to put a sidewalk curb and gutter like on the south side, but just like in terms of asphalt, only asphalting like the south side versus asphalting the north side as
the
well.
funny part is there seems to be more pushback on asphalt.
On the south side, well, from Dana, yeah.
Well, you know,
So that conservation easement threat, pulling out from that, I mean, that's a pretty big hammer.
I don't actually know what it is. I really
If
don't.
it's real, if she's truly gonna do that.
No,
I mean, if we don't
It
do,
is.
if we don't
I
do
mean,
south from County Road 5 to, you know, Sabina, maybe she'd be okay with that. And we don't put the sidewalk there because she didn't want trees taken out.
I also don't think it's appropriate to be cudgeled by a conservation easement.
I said that too. One of the things I hate most is in this position being threatened with something to try and get us to do something.
Yeah.
Really pisses me off when that happens. But just so everybody's clear, we're talking about the 170 some acres directly south of Solar Ranch, where the elk hang out.
Border in Ham's backyard, essentially.
Yeah,
Part of it.
and she bought that.
Yeah.
With the profits she made off of building and Telluride, she sold and is planning to put a conservation easement.
She's also.
And
investigating
around the
putting a
town
big
water
solar array
plant.
up on the water.
I was gonna say
What's
that.
that?
And it's also around the town's water plant
Yeah.
and the town's water supply.
Yeah, I mean, it's a key piece of ground.
But it's gonna limit our ability if we wanted to expand.
Yeah, but that.
It's gonna be like we'll have to buy out
Yeah.
the conservation easement along with buying land.
But I guess what I'm saying is we're talking about a project that is intended to increase safety, to address traffic loads throughout town. Like that's the intention of the project. And that is for children of renters, children of people who barely were able to scrape into the community. I feel like this is a community-wide benefit And while a conservation easement is great, the fact that an individual has land to hold over town, that's where I get into the point of, is it appropriate? Like, I feel like then
The tactic isn't appropriate, but the outcome is worth considering because it is a major.
I'm with you.
But
But somebody
Town.
said in here, is one kid getting hit at some intersection or, one accident, is it worth it? And the answer is no. I'll lose the conservation easement in the name of safety. Like, I will. If anyone can disagree on the level of magnitude on that, but for me, that's worth it.
It brings
But
up
if we
philosophical-
don't do the county road fund to Sabeta, then,
No,
and I don't know that, I mean, what I heard from constituents is that's not a concern.
Right.
Those were the people who wanted to come fuss and none of them they all said, don't do this here. And so it's like, that's what our constituents want. I think we ought to respect that. And if that happens to fall in line with what Dana's saying, then fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I just don't know about in terms of safety, like sidewalks, yes, but I don't know about a paved street, because if it's not gonna slow people down and people are just gonna drive faster, like, is that actually increasing safety?
well, that's why I was asking Joanne about some of those things that you can do on a paved street that you can't do
Right.
on a non-paved street. And things like reality wise, our marshal's coverage, we have that capacity. We're adding someone full time, but what ways can we invest maybe some extra in that street design with boulevards or plateaus or whatever you can do to try to make the infrastructure support the
A
things
slow
that are hard to do with personnel.
I think John or somebody mentioned that it's no longer legal to put in the automatic camera ticketing thing, but you could have an automatic paintball gun.
Well, what you actually can do is, flashing lights based on speed. I mean, there are things that you can do. Your speed is this. And if people don't care, well.
On the deal with who showed up, I mean, going back to the ramp meetings, and we had people that showed up that were really fired up against it. And then we had another meeting, and it was the other way, and the next meeting was split. And the people that showed up but 2 nights ago were the people that were fired up that didn't want it. But there have been, I mean, this has been on the agenda or on the plan for a long time because people, we were hearing people wanted it. And, I'm a little hesitant to go with the 20 people that showed up as being representative of what the community wants.
And
That's,
there were a number of people there that night that were in favor of it. So
yeah.
Could we survey the immediate impacted?
Sure.
My concern though is, again, Amelia Street is different. The immediately impacted people are not, your kids go to the elementary school and you don't live immediately adjacent to it, right? Amelia Street is a street, if you make a running loop around town, you come on Amelia Street. That was my point, is it's a different animal.
I walk and ride it all the time, and it's definitely got more traffic than any other side street aside from Lena. I still think, I think I'm more in Terry's camp of saying, we could move forward with the curb gutter sidewalk, but let's put some effort into figuring out whether asphalt itself is really our only appropriate alternative. Because I'm not convinced it is. That'd be my 2 cents. And I know we probably need to keep moving.
That's fine.
We're gonna be done by 2.
Is the drainage of Cottonwood Creek underneath Amelia, is that adequate or does that need to be upgraded? Because that opens up a whole kind of another chapter.
It definitely could use an upgrade.
It was supposed to be either 6 inches or a foot bigger, and the county was sharing in the cost. And this is the size we ended up with. It rarely is a problem. I mean, the Cottonwood drainage is huge. You occasionally get something that laps up against the top, but
The bigger issue is up at where Dallas did.
that pipe is a whole different animal. That's a
Right.
irrigation pipe. Has different legal status.
So Cottonwood crossing Amelia is adequate,
Yeah,
except for maybe that one rainfall year.
Yes. every few years.
Yeah,
They tend to go in spurts. I think we've had, I don't know how many times it got up to the top this year, but maybe 5 or 6 years ago, last time we had a good monsoon. It happened a couple of times within a couple of weeks, but then it didn't happen for years in
yeah.
between.
I mean, it didn't used to happen at all. Living right on Cotton Creek, we almost never would see a big gully washer that would fill Cotton Creek. And now we see it every few years. And sometimes this year we had it twice, one was worse than
That's
the
what I
other.
thought.
So it's climate change,
Yeah.
But I don't think that, I think that culvert.
That culvert's
under
good
the road
enough.
is-
Yeah.
It's gonna be good for a while. Things would have to get drastically worse for it to be a problem.
Did we ever attend to, or are we ever, do we have to attend to that washed out culvert that was way down? Out
It's in
east?
the yard.
We already got it out.
Oh, it's in the yard.
Thank you.
Going to Reckel Metals?
No,
Oh.
it's a good culvert.
Pretty reasonable.
We were delighted to have it. We thought he would want it.
I was picturing like a mangled hunk of metal. Good to
No,
know.
it is,
No, what's nuts is, I don't know how that thing
Yeah,
Made
where-
the bend.
made it all the way to where it was.
the fact that it floated, I'm pretty sure that the guys before co-housing had dug out both sides to keep people from driving through. So it was easy for it to float, but how it made it around that dog.
But it made
was
some-
really,
I can't believe it made some of those cuts.
It must have been something to see.
he didn't view it that way.
Yeah.
I'd have been standing there taking pictures.
So for the sake of time, I mean, what I'm hearing is there's no one in favor of budgeting 3.5 million for this to be constructed in 2022. And if I could just maybe suggest, it may already be on the strategic plan. If it's not, because I don't have it memorized, we can put it on there to continue evaluating it. We have a design now, well, a preliminary design, but maybe it's something, I'm just thinking out loud, we'll continue to evolve into 2022 throughout 2022. There's nothing that says a decision has to be made today about phasing, about whether we stick with gravel street, just do curb gutter and sidewalk. I think it'd be good to get some more data and information, like you were saying, John. Perhaps we do a survey of some sort, either by Survey Monkey, or another thought is, I don't know when the last time the town did a community survey, an overarching community survey, maybe back in 2018 or 2019 during the master plan improvements, but that's certainly a question that could be on something like that, where you get a response and a perspective from your entire constituency instead of just a folks on Amelia Street. I'm just trying to help the line of thinking here. So
The only thing I would add to that is that the multimodal CDOT money is pretty flush right now. And maybe getting on the TPR list to do the curb gutter and sidewalk.
That would be,
That
that'd be good.
might be an option
Is that easily culled out of the overall budget? Is that a lot of work to do? Or is
to
that
budget it out. No.
budget to cull out that portion of it? Is
Yeah,
that already?
that's not. And you've got enough of a design. I mean, once you put the gutter in, you've decided where whatever road surface you're
So
gonna
it's
have is
essentially-
gonna be.
It preps it for future.
Yeah, I mean, that
steps.
was when we did the pieces that are done, that was the idea was, but nobody went down, and we wouldn't do this at this point either. Nobody went down and dug out the road to make it so that the road could be at that elevation. But at least you have established an elevation that works and drainage is working and more or less as Ridgway drainage goes. But yeah, I mean, that might be an option to move the ball forward in the next couple of years. Some of you will remember I was done dealing with CDOT, but so this money has gotten the MMOF money is a whole lot easier.
And that component of it seemed the least controversial, is very in line with lots of pieces of our master plan, including climate, encouraging walking and.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So
I think that's a good
and
idea.
that's 80-20 money if you get it, so.
That's huge. So that,
During this program, you don't have to do Davis-Bacon or Buy America, which is,
Oh, wow.
yeah. I mean, that was the part that was making me nuts.
Oh.
We did 5 of them. I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
so did we just establish that as formal guidance to change the 3 million to whatever that increment would be on that line item?
Or at least get it on as a,
Yeah.
in the capital improvements plan.
And have staff try and get it on the TPR.
Does anybody doing TPR meetings? I haven't been in a long time.
No, not currently. I don't know when the next one is. I met with Michelle Haynes a couple weeks ago, I think, and asked her to make sure that I get those notices so I can attend. That was when I had plugged the oblong about. But I also plugged it to Julie Constant, who's the Region 5 Transportation Director. She also said TPR, so we got to try to get it on TPR. But rambling now, but Michelle did say at the TPR level, they're very, recently they've been weary about adding items and projects to the list. You might know this better than me.
No, I haven't been in a while.
So she's wanted us to be cognizant of that. So, but we could still,
I think we should still try.
yeah, still try.
I mean, Lake City there was money left in the MLF fund. And we weren't on the list, and the guys at CDOT said, go get the rest of it, and TPR gave it to us, so.
But yeah, we can certainly work to get it, try to get it on the list.
Right?
So I have a question for you. Should I add monies to the consulting line item for you to do this project?
Why don't we see, it's probably not, it's probably at least in 23.
Okay.
Yeah, we can check it with Michelle.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
And how about the road plan that you were talking about? Referred to the street plan?
Yeah.
Update?
I think Ron, what he wanted to do was to spend a few more hours and get it so that the preliminary design includes, this may be a good time to talk about it, that it includes enough that somebody else could take it over if that happens. So if you want to do the street, he was going to make a list of things like, we don't quite know what we're going to do with the pressure relief valve yet, because it sort of sticks up in the sidewalk. He got it out of the gutter. But you know, there's a list of those kinds of items that weren't resolved by the time we did the presentation. And so I think he'd like to spend a few hours doing that, and then I'll send you the bill for everything.
Yeah, I have that in 2021. I'm talking about, you talked about the overall plan.
The road master plan.
Yeah.
That was something we did in-house. And I was an employee at that point.
Right.
But, yeah, do you think you think we can pull that off in 22?
Well, I would never say no, but we should, it sounds like we should dig it up and take a look at it,
Okay.
make sure it still fits.
Is it on the website under plans?
It shouldn't be, but it may have been old enough it never got scanned in.
And if,
I don't know if I ever saw it.
if not, can we at least get that so it's accessible to the public?
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Just
I think Jen
discuss
may have
roads.
gotten it on, because Jen knew where-
Okay.
she was trying to pull all the messages.
Oh, okay.
Whether it's paving here, or anyway.
It was predominantly classification of residential collector. And it also had where we wanted sidewalks and where we wanted bike paths. And
Even if we don't update it, I think with where we are with development, getting it accessible to the public would be
really.
And I think it will be helpful because I think the stuff you rezoned had a bike path through it.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how much of it is still pretty valid. It just needs to be visible.
Yeah.
Because I know I've never seen it.
And figure out whether, I mean, maybe a few grand for me to help.
Okay.
So on the Dennis Weaver bathroom. Is that, how imminent is that?
That was placed in there a number of years ago. That was probably placed in there
So I assume,
4 or 5 years ago.
so I assume we have sewer and water to that spot?
No.
No, it'd
It's
be,
porta potty.
It would be a composting toilet?
It would
be like what
involved.
the Forest Service would be on.
Yes.
Which is
Then-
involved.
Well, we have one down at Rollins.
Not to be a one-stripe pony, which I tend to be, but that would by definition, we have solar panels on it, because that's usually what drives the fans for the
Right,
compost.
it come built into it.
Right. To that end, as an example towards my previous proposal that we look at net zero, I would suggest that anything that we put in, this being one of them, fit that bill, whether this goes back to Heritage Park too, never really discussed in that committee. And any new facility we put in, we should look towards doing net zero as a future example. I don't know if we can pass a resolution to do that, and it's easier than requiring all new construction, but certainly we can live by that standard.
Yeah, you can take it one-off, standalone, but I think you're on the right track. I think establishing a policy to that effect would be a good option. If that's what you want to explore.
Yeah, that's what I would propose. I'm but one voice.
But that got on there because Dennis Weaver Park does get a
What's there now? Is there anything?
There's a porta potty.
seasonal porta potties, I feel like.
Oh, it's seasonal just because I have to
Yeah.
remove it.
That's
Yes.
fine. I'm just thinking, 'cause I go by there all the time, but
Well, I can't.
Joanne, is this what you're remembering?
There's a whole plan.
It's called, this is the whole plan. It's,
Oh, yeah.
if it's the Ridgway Comprehensive Plan traffic flow element.
Traffic
2011
element.
supplement to the 2007 transportation element.
Oh, okay, that's a separate one. It should be 2007
So the
transportation.
2007 one doesn't look like it's on the website. That's the 2011.
Was that one on the website?
2011 one is yes. We should see if the 2007 one is involved somewhere.
Yeah. Somebody who can do that speaking.
Yes.
Anything else on the general fund 5-year? Otherwise, if you all are okay with it, maybe we move to the water fund and then the sewer fund after that. So the first one that we've incorporated, but really want to get your ultimate direction here is on the granular activated carbon equipment to potentially replace the chlorine dioxide machine. And it's been about I don't know how long, but it's been a while now that we've been trying to collect more information and data in an effort to better depict what the payback would be and what the pros and cons are of going with this new filtration treatment alternative for taste and odor instead of chlorine dioxide. So there's John put together a really good memo. It's in the packet there about just giving a background about how we've gotten to this point, what the process has been. And it falls just short of a formal recommendation, but thoughts on either option, either entering into a new lease agreement with the chlorine dioxide machine folks or transitioning to this GAC alternative and the medium that comes with it. Or media.
Can you remind us what the difference in the operating costs were besides the capital cost of changing it out? Was there one that clearly had an advantage over the other?
At this point, I think the difference in both the capital and the long-term cost are within the margin of error.
I'm sorry, was what?
Within the margin of error.
I see, between the two.
The table in the report says the GAC is about 86 cents a thousand. The 4-year lease purchase for chlorine dioxide is 89 cents a month. Those are, to me, basically a wash. The thing with the chlorine dioxide is that for 4 years, they're on the hook to service it and replace the parts. But at that point, we own it. And then we get to pay for that. And the experience with these guys is, and I don't know the cycling we've been through with them, but after a number of years, it gets to the point where A, they don't want to service it, and B, they can't get parts. And so you end up having to get a new device. While we were leasing them, that wasn't a big deal, but the lease now is more because it's a purchase. And the leases have gone up every time we've had to change machines anyway. But the proprietary nature of the chlorine dioxide worries me. But the numbers pretty much come out in the wash.
I think the benefit of the GAC over chlorine in terms of taste and smell is worth it even costing a little more.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen good stuff about the GAC systems.
Sounds like the biochar thing isn't necessarily looking to be a positive option, but it's cool that there's a place you can get it locally. I mean, anytime we can offset that kind of supply chain issue.
Yeah, but I don't know that we can use it until it's actually formally sanctioned by CDP.
Yeah, and the results were horrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For TOC removal.
Yeah, we had more TOC.
Okay.
So, and I emailed, I sent him the results and he never got back. Okay. I sent him to him twice. Okay. And I figured it really didn't matter for what we were doing now because until it's NSF 61 or 60, we can't use it anymore.
So I'm in favor of going GAC.
And just to be clear, it's about a $325,000 capital cost. And when you factor in the $100,000 grant from DOLA, it's about $225,000 out of pocket.
And is that the net that's rolled up into the budget sets this on this 931 roof?
Yes, it's in there.
Yeah, it says 325. Yeah, that doesn't factor in the grant.
Does not.
Oh, yeah, that's just the total.
Because that's on the income side. Or
Well,
is it
the grant is shown as revenues though, in the budget.
okay, on the revenue side. So
The engineers for that was built into the budget.
Mhm.
I'm not sure it will get constructed before next winter. Because we gotta go through the health department. I've got to get plans together.
Okay.
So,
Good. And our grant was extended through June, this next June. So if that's the case, we'd have to request another extension.
yeah, I need to talk with the guy that does our reviews, but I'm guessing he's at least 90 days out, so. I need to get it done and then get him, but I can let him know the stuff coming.
this is one area where I can accept increasing our carbon footprint.
You.
So I heard from some of you, I heard you two say yes. Oh, there's the head nod.
Good for it.
What do you guys think?
Great.
Good. Does the town receive a lot of feedback in terms of taste of the water?
So it depends.
Yeah,
We
over
get
time.
calls, sometimes about the smell, the taste.
Like too chlorinated or not enough?
To me, it
It's
goes back,
usually too chlorinated.
The needs were low. You get more odor and taste when it's not quite enough.
it's chlorine's funny that way.
Yeah.
But I feel like it goes back and forth between, you turn on the faucet full into your sink and it smells like a swimming pool to it tasting like algae. So it goes back and forth between those two. And
Back in August, the chlorine dioxide, she was down for like 10 days or 2 weeks. And we were ready for calls like, what the hell is going on? Like, the water stinks or looks weird, it's like yellow. We're just ready to field calls and explain what was going on. And we didn't get a single call that
Are
was
there-
interesting.
Are the storage tanks after it's chlorinated?
Yes.
Yes,
So
that's
you have-
part of our
so you have that
contact.
big reserve before you get to that. Well. I don't know,
Now, in the
maybe-
summer,
Yeah.
we've got 600,000 gallons up there. In the summer, that's 2 days.
Yeah, it should have been noticeable after some point, but no one complained.
Awesome. And it operates currently on a float switch, so it's always kept pretty top off.
We have 2.5 feet or something.
I can't remember, do we still have somewhere on one of these 5 or 10 year longer plans, running the raw water down the alleys and selling taps to the raw water system for irrigation?
No,
We did at one point.
we did for a long time, and then we never really found a way to make it so that,
Cost effective.
yeah, I mean, people would want to save money by doing that. And the water fund, we need to charge them to make the treated part. I mean, if we got to a point again where the plant needed a really big expansion, it might be a way to do it, but we don't know how to meter it because the water has stuff in it that comes down from the ponds that the meters plug.
Interesting.
Going to this GAC, does that mean we would strike the ventilation of the chlorine chamber from our capital improvements plan?
That's,
That's the other,
That's the other end.
got it.
So we still need that.
Yeah, I'm just,
Ever hopeful.
well, I was just, you gotta make it all flow.
No, it's a good.
That you cannot serve water to the public without putting chlorine in. Even if you're ozonating, you still have to add some chlorine.
That's been in there for a couple of years and the guys keep asking about it.
What's that?
That's been in there for a couple of years and the guys still keep asking about it.
About the ventilation?
sure. I mean, I spent a lot of time up there this summer. It gets intense.
Is that a safety concern? We should address more
Yes.
than the 5
Concern, I'm
I mean,
sure.
we
Well,
have
yeah,
talked
but-
about just putting another, like a big outhouse right beside the building to have the chlorine be in. And I think, just a regular chlorine room with the typical chlorine ventilation. What, do we have a number for that?
We have 40 in there and I
I
don't
was
know where
gonna
the
say
number is.
50. Yeah.
Sounds like we should pony up for that one soon.
Okay, we'll put it in there.
The longer the guys work there, I mean, it's a progressive damage.
And what is the need for the fence around the plant? Is that just
Security,
Additional security.
from?
David got it.
Oh, we're not-
Security from what?
Nothing security.
Sorry.
And would that be like a chain link fence or?
A perimeter
Recording.
fence.
Okay.
It's required.
It's recording. Perimeter fence.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
So there was, when we had the discussion with staff,
Sorry, I was
it was
calling.
brought up
Yeah.
to put it around the tanks for security. And then we got into a bigger discussion, just do the whole plant for security.
I could see the tanks. I used to climb on them as a kid.
Thank you.
No, I think getting the whole site. The other thing is we have people that walk through to get from Amelia to High Noon.
Okay.
It's actually been, with some of the old timers, it's been commonly accessed area.
But that was,
Yeah.
There's still people that walk it though. Pretty regularly.
Is that a public right of way?
No,
With your
Just used to bug us.
no, there's a fence across that says, you know, you're not supposed to go.
And it's not an easy walk. Angela knows.
Yeah.
Sweden
I started
people
the
with
walk.
guns back then. My wife and her friend were jogging up there in Sweden, came after with a gun.
The fence doesn't include the pre-sedimentation ponds, right?
Correct. Hopefully we have enough time to figure it out.
How does council feel about including that fence?
Sounds like necessary expense.
Do it right at the same time as the ventilator, right?
We can electrify with solar panels.
Broken record.
We could do an exciting fence. It's in the county. Couldn't do that in town.
That's right.
Anything else on the waterfront 5-year?
Tran, do you feel good with what we've moved over this year? I feel like every time we talk waterfront capital improvements, there's a dire moment of that needs to get done.
We did the GAC, which ran the fence and the ventilation. chamber.
No, that's probably.
And these are things that aren't already in the budget. We're not discussing right now. These things are
Oh, okay,
You
yeah.
and I are discussing.
Yeah. No, that's good.
What was the largest one here, the utility augmentation, what was that about? What does that mean exactly?
Expanding our water portfolio, supply,
Oh,
additional
yeah,
water rights.
Water rights.
It's just-
Do we wait till we get the water carrying capacity study back?
Or have the opportunity to.
Yeah, if something comes up, we'll let you know. If somebody is selling something we think would help.
Yeah, absolutely.
You will be the first to know.
So I think this should always be just my opinion, it should always be on here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Does anybody else have water rights from Lake O to us, or are we exclusive on that?
Into Lake O, the Hartman family, or actually now it's the Max family,
And Ortman.
That's right, there's landowners up there that all have some water rights on Beaver Creek, but below the lake, it's,
We're in pipe below,
Yeah, it's
it,
just
so it doesn't really matter. And the water rights on the Ridgway ditch, the town has the right to what we need. And
because
then
it's a
the,
municipal. Right,
and then the family and Max get what we don't.
which is we're superior, them crazier for decades.
Superior.
Same thing. Sewer fund?
I'm getting there. I'm optimistic about the needs assessment.
Yeah.
Yeah, not for relocating the plant, but getting the needs assessment done.
And this is
That's,
I
that's a
remember my
major,
first year on.
it's a major piece.
these items in the budget, that we're not talking about now
Right,
from our
Yeah.
discussions.
Yep. that's fine. Yeah, I mean, we've done some of the needs assessment in responding to the stuff from the health department this year. And we ought to get it wrapped up before things change again. There's some investigation work that we need to do on the plant. Hopefully is gonna get done before things start to freeze solid.
That's the cameras.
Huh?
Is that the cameras or?
No, cameras are for inside pipes.
Okay.
Cameras down
Oh,
the
I
pipes
gotcha.
to
Okay,
see.
yeah.
This is to check the performance of the plant. I think, did we ask you to budget extra for testing? I don't think we did.
No, you didn't talk to me about it.
Yeah, I think,
Getting this up there.
yeah. Whatever you pay Delta, it's 2-3 times that.
Okay,
And we'll, I think, start testing each of the cells to see how things are performing. But I'd like to get that done. And now I have a crisis need to do one for Lake City, so we'll maybe be able to do them in parallel and actually spit them out.
The emergency generator, there's one there now. Is this to upgrade it or replace it or?
And the one sitting there has never really operated well. We bought it used.
The one that's there now?
Yeah.
Right across from San Miguel?
Oh, no, that's a lift station generator.
It's what?
Lift station.
Oh, it is.
Yes, the vault that's in there, that runs that if the power goes off. But we don't have anything for the plant. The lagoons aren't really required to have backup power. We need to have, depending on whether we need to chlorinate, having backup power for the chlorination. If you do need to chlorinate, we're experimenting with how important that is. But that's a pony pump. that doesn't need an $80,000 generator.
Would that generator be doing the majority of the plant then?
Yeah,
So that's
that would be running all the
It's
areas.
not a replacement, it's a new one.
Huh?
It's a new generator, not a replacement.
Right.
Yep. Nothing
So-
to repurpose. I had to anecdotally, I had to laugh the other day when the wind was blowing just right. I was out looking at the Lena Common structures. I thought, wait till they get a smell of this. For 900,000.
It happens on occasion.
It is.
There's a reason we have a setback.
Enjoy your barbecue.
Can I ask you a very random question?
Sure.
What are the odds that someone could get Legionnaire's disease from our sewer treatment plant?
Pretty low. Legionnaires grows in hot water tanks.
Because Ed, Warner over here, he got Legionnaires,
Yeah, no, that's pretty,
almost didn't survive. But he's back living over there again.
oh, okay. No, that tend, our water problem is that hot.
Right.
There are other things that could come off in the aerosols, but that particular
I didn't
bug
think so, but
is a pretty warm weather bug.
meant to ask you.
So I'm optimistic on that. Some of the results we got from testing, looking into what was going wrong with the lagoons, is that we've got major short circuiting happening in the final part of the pot where the water just settles and gets rid of all the solids. We've got two big holes in the curtains, because maybe you haven't walked through the plant. But anyway, there's these two curtains in the back of the back pond. And there's holes over here to let the water go from one curtain. It's supposed to go in a horseshoe. And when we checked the sludge, there's sludge on both sides against the back wall and against the curtain. And this little tiny ribbon where the water's going. So we need to do something about that. And I don't know if it'll be a curtain or a mixer, but $35,000 ought to get us close.
This is the glamorous part of your job.
This is the fun part of my job, yes. Do you want to go boating with us next time?
No, I'm good. Especially not with a sail. Soaps.
Fishing.
Yeah.
Sounds like a student say to me the other day.
Do you actually, we've tried grass carp in there to control the heat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been eating birds. I don't know.
Yeah,
The most expressive.
I don't know what happened. Actually, we did try. Huh?
With the carp, you don't know what happened?
Yeah.
So I'm one of the few that actually has a view from my office window into the lagoons.
Yes,
There's only a few of us in town that have that view.
I had that view.
Yeah.
Only in the summer. I always kept the heavy curtain closed in the winter.
Okay, next.
The 10-year plan. General water and sewer, I mean, there's a lot, I shouldn't say a lot, but general is a pretty big list of projects that I think seems to be compiled just over the years, some bigger ticket items. Nothing currently on the 10-year is proposed to be included in this year's budget naturally. Last year, I think there was one item and it was the hydrovac, wasn't it, Kim? Pretty sure it was hydrovac. But that's the list for, again, the general fund's pretty long. You go down into water fund, it shortens up, but one of the big ones for water plant is the expansion of the water treatment plant. If there's $1 million, I imagine that's for a feasibility study. That's the one right above it. To look at that. And the sewer fund. The big one on the sewer fund is the cost for a mechanical wastewater treatment plant. Ballpark estimate.
Well, if the lift station equipment replacement is 2024 to 2029, are we getting close to needing to move that to a 5-year plan?
That would be a man question. I have, nobody's griped to me.
Okay, it had dates on here that are starting to fall
You
within
did
that
the math
window.
without calculating.
That, I mean.
Well, next year's 2022, which is blowing my mind because 2021 has been like non-existent. But yeah, I don't know, just.
I think we generally figure pumps last 20 years.
Okay.
And that went into service in 99 or 2000. I think we were figuring 25 years or so when we put it on the plan. But I haven't heard any issues. And those are kind of pumps you can rebuild.
Okay.
In motors, so.
Okay.
But it's worth a question to Randy.
Yeah,
That's that $5 million mechanical wastewater treatment plant number is way low now.
That'd be my guess.
Probably a pretty good deal if you find one from that.
Maybe
Wanna
on
buy a
eBay.
used one?
that might be the land acquisition.
Chip sealing streets is still on, John.
I know, I saw that.
$9.5 million.
But I'm sure that would get excellent feedback.
There's no budget amount for it, but again, like one stripe on space to create solar array, just to put context to that, that building is not conducive to solar powering the residents. There's not enough space on the space to generate any usable power for the residents, but you could look at powering the common space, offsetting the loads for the solar array, and that could either be done in a combination of array on the roof, which we've looked at, also a solar carport in the back lot, in the parking lot, which would serve as covered parking for snow, rain, sun, as well as be the solar array that could provide power to our community spot. So if it were ever of interest to fill in that blank with that preface, I'd be happy to work on coming up with a number. Not necessarily right away, but after the loads are established in there. So it's a reduced scope.
Develop a hydraulic number.
So you're not talking the meeting room, you're talking that common space. Is that the same thing or?
I may be confusing
Same word.
terms, but same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 2,000 square foot that's earmarked for our use or really.
Okay.
We've been calling it community space.
Okay, what do you
To follow
want
up
to,
on the previous conversation, if you put battery backup in that space,
you want me to change the budget? I put it in as a meeting room. What would you like me to call it?
Community space is more, because
Okay, space to create community space?
community space.
Okay, great.
Space to community space.
if at some point you were to put battery backup in that spot, it might qualify for a FEMA emergency shelter. You have FEMA money associated with it. Public emergency shelter.
Anything else on the CIP lists?
One of our youth council members brought up the idea of a dog tax, but on this, done it the budget associated to it. Maybe we could task them.
And find some land.
That's what we're waiting on.
That's part of it.
Okay. Well, there's a CIP discussion. And we're at 2:00, so actually we're past 2:00. But the last item on the agenda was if you all wanted to kind of delve into the strategic plan, specifically the progress report on this year's strategic plan, and start talking priorities for next year. And taking notes, I think I have a good handle on what we should incorporate, some of the stuff we should incorporate into the new strategic plan. But again, in the interest of time, there's plenty of other forums. I shouldn't say plenty, but there'll be other forums for us to talk about strategic plan if you guys are done talking budget for the day.
I feel like personally, I have more capacity to talk strategic plan now than extending, say, a budget workshop after a work day. But that's just me.
I'm fine with it. I can go anyway, whatever.
I was just gonna say, what do you have written down already, just so that we don't cover those things, and,
Let's see.
or do we need to cover them in more depth?
We talked about the road master plan or whatever it's called. What is that document called?
Transportation plan.
Transportation plan. I think that's something we put on the strategic plan so that we know we need to take a look at that, maybe revisit it throughout the course of the year. Let's see. Trying to navigate the chicken scratch here. Gray water diversion techniques, like we said, that's already on the strategic plan, but hopefully we're able to get to it late 2021 or early 2022. Amelia Street, that's a big one to make sure we incorporate on there. Not quite sure how it would read on the strategic plan, but there's certainly some direction that we continue down that path. Just thinking out loud here, you guys can help me out based on what we talked about, but consensus to move forward with implementing the GAC filtration treatment alternative at some point in 2022. That's just some of it. And a lot of the, we shouldn't say a lot, but some of the stuff on the current strategic plan will roll over naturally based on what we're progress that has or hasn't been. But the updates are in red, in caps and in red.
Looks like another excellent year of progress on strategic plan stuff, Preston. Good job. To all the staff.
Stay, I appreciate that, all staff.
Would something like Jerry brought up the net zero housing, would that be a strategic plan point?
Yeah, that's a
or-
great one. Yeah, that's on there.
Okay.
Or it's not on there, but something that can get on there, exploring some sort of, help me out, ordinance or policy requiring all new builds be net zero.
So that I can see two parts of it. One would be that we set a model for any town infrastructure upgrades as part A, or maybe they're part and parcel of the same. Yeah, ultimately would be either a code change or a resolution.
I'd like to see some work and some cost on that. I know you said it pays out. But it really only works for people who own, it's a rental thing. And even at that, for owners, that's part of the current problem, is people can't afford to own anyway, so we increase those costs.
So generally speaking, it increases your capital, your mortgage payment. But basically by doing that, you're incorporating 30 years worth of free electricity into your mortgage, so it offsets your electric bill.
Your bills.
But it's still an issue for people who can't afford homes here today.
But it's still a monthly out of pocket.
But you have to qualify for the mortgage in a way I don't qualify for my electric.
It's true. So all these things are competing forces and need to be vetted. In the case of California, and I have a paper on it, it cost on average $40 more in the mortgage, would save them $80 a month on the electric bill. So they were actually net positive.
Okay, that's more the type of information I'm looking for, and then also making sure it doesn't further price homes out of people's reach.
Right. So
And-
all
and
this has to be considered.
If all of California is doing it, underwriters are gonna handle it differently than if just Ridgway does it in Colorado, right? Where the underwriters can take into account, I'm gonna have less of an electric bill, right?
These are all the competing things that need to be vetted. And some of them are presented. I will work to present to get it considered, and then it falls on staff to look through logistics of how's it implemented, how's it enforced, all those kinds of things. But yeah, it would have to pass muster.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it's unfair to those who've already built. They don't have to do it, right? Well, if they make improvements, they have to do it. But the fact is, the reality of climate change is coming at us like a freight train. Somehow, we will ultimately, as a town, have to implement this. The question is, do we do it proactively and be on the leading edge of it, or do we be reactive to it when we're forced to do it? So I think we're kind of a progressive town in that respect. And it seems, from my opinion, interesting to look at getting out in front of it and becoming an example. That's my opinion. Just put one voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I hesitated to go into too much depth on it, because
Yeah.
there's so many questions that come with that.
Sure, it's just one of those things. Yeah, there I have.
I think Russ's point to me anyways, is it's all about these days, doing a good job of selling the concept. You know,
Yeah.
having a good comprehensive explanation of why it makes sense.
Right.
Because if you just kind of say, we need to do this, and there are people who don't. We need to do it. It's kind of-
My near-term strategy is to solicit the help of the Clean Energy Committee and get their enthusiasm and their retired time people working on it, so that it's not something I have to add to my plate in
Right.
whole.
Right.
But, I can help guide them where to find the information and look into it. Examples, and it has to be balanced with, frankly, my day job, right? I'm sitting on the other side of the fence, having to look at how do we manage that from a utility point of view.
Right.
And the costs and everything else. But like I said, I think ultimately, we're gonna have to face this, whether it's in this configuration council or 10 years from now. It has to happen. We have to do this as a society. And it's not just an opinion, it's a reality, in my opinion.
No, it's not, it's not an opinion. Again, we go back to facts.
Yeah. Yes,
Damn facts.
ST facts.
But what are the old?
It's true.
It's not true.
Somebody asked that.
Something else for the next plan, Beth, I think you had mentioned it, explore dedicated revenue source of sorts for workforce housing.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
and with the possibility of that being a tax on vacant houses.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think we've got an example going right in front of us, and we may not see the full fallout from that in 2022, but kind of seeing how a similar community has navigated that. Like, I know they had to come to the dollar amount. They couldn't do it based on a percentage of value. Something had to do with Tabor, and the article I was reading in the Colorado Sun didn't expand on why that was the case. They were able to do a flat thing in a way that they
So it's
were.
a fee.
It's
So
a fee.
not a tax.
Yeah, but they picked $2,500 because they figured it was something, but not too much to piss off second homeowners. My personal thought was it should be double that, because $2,500 to someone who can own a house that they're not living in probably isn't much of a disincentive. But,
Well, then, what that points out is that the value, and the other thing Preston mentioned, the effort to finally allow real estate transfer taxes again, which Tabor nixed for any community that didn't already have it. So that is a percentage that goes
Yeah.
So I think both,
I think it's a both.
Yeah,
personally,
absolutely.
Because I think the vacant home tax is also addressing the impact on the community in a way that a real estate transfer tax is a steady income based on things that are transferred. It's irrespective of whether it's occupied.
there's no incentive nature to that. It's just.
Yeah, it's just a fact versus it's nice when your neighborhood isn't fragmented.
Right.
you know?
Right, well, and I think that it falls under the community value 3 of small town character and identity instead of having D houses.
Yep. Well, there was an article out this year about Steamboat, and there was a neighborhood in Steamboat where about half of the houses on the street had been converted to Airbnbs.
Yeah.
And during COVID, people were willing to let their kids play outside with the neighbors who lived there, but how do you feel about letting your kid play with the kids who are in town for a weekend? What does that
They
do?
came from the states where there were no masks.
Right, or they're, people want to hang out in their hot tub and make noise or whatever. It does have a community impact, and it's not, you're right, it's small town character going back to the master plan.
There's another one I'm looking at here that somebody shared with me. Vancouver's done an empty home tax.
Vancouver, BC's had it in place for probably pushing 10 years.
And it continues to go up. It started at 1% of the cost, the price of the home, and it's up to 3%. So.
Well, they were the ones that
I like
originally
that.
given me the idea, but then we have the whole Tabor discussion, but now we have a Colorado town doing something, which kind of gives us something to look at.
They could potentially give them a tax break if they turn the empty house into just a grow operation. Tax revenue.
No, they just don't have to pay the fee if they move someone in long-term.
Right,
period.
long-term
That's-
rental, yeah.
Yeah, work out a deal with, like, what can you do so this house is occupied?
But there's more tax revenue if it's a grow operation.
Terry, I don't want that. And then I know we had on here last year, the cost of water is understood and user fees are in line with costs. I think we discussed it in February. I'd like to see us discuss it again this winter, because I know we said we didn't want to raise any of these rates. We were really cognizant of what COVID had done to people. I would like to just make sure that we're staying in line, because I don't want to.
Make sure we're staying in line. We also need to see the results of this water study.
Exactly, but I want us to, if we're gonna raise rates where it's $1 or something instead of a wholesale revamp, because I think people can stomach a slow escalation that stays in line with costs rather than, oh, we didn't do this to you for 10 years, now it's going up by 30%.
Yeah, I agree on that
I think
one.
that's responsible and fair.
Yeah, because we'd actually, when we raised the rates, we actually got where we were under recovery.
Or what? Sorry.
We were under recovery.
Yeah, we weren't breaking. We were, which meant we were supplementing with tap fees, which is not the intent.
It's hard not to when there's that much tap fee. You end up forgetting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys are okay, and this is probably a staff decision, Chase said he'd be willing to do that for you. Which is a whole lot easier than me doing it, so.
Cool.
Yeah.
I was struck by under community value 2, item number 9, Parks and Trails map update. Staff started the process, and there was some confusion about how this item came about, what was intended to achieve, more discussion needed.
Yeah, so started working with the Parks, Trails and Open Space Committee on. So on the server, I found this Parks and Trails map. Do you remember when I gave you guys this update? Yeah, I assumed based on, I think this has been on here for a few years, and I wasn't able to get clarity from anyone really until it got to council on what that was all about. I assumed there was some sort of map that council wanted updated, like to brand standards, what have you. So worked with the Parks, Trails, Open Space Committee, actually found a consultant to revamp the map and stuff. And then Parks, Trails, Open Space Committee was like, are we sure this is what this is even all about? So when I brought it up to you all, I think there was some sort of disconnect. You all said it was related to something else.
It was more of an internal use than like or?
Part of this had to do with working to get easements to continue the river path. Part of it was we needed to, yeah, exactly. And the idea is we needed it down on paper because it's within the river overlay district. We kind of were going to get it, but we needed a documentation somehow. Remember Shay really saying a lot about this. I believe that was when this got on here a couple years ago. When Shay was still here. Is this sounding familiar?
Yeah, I think, we always, the whole idea of the master plan is that you have a good master plan and a developer comes in with a proposal, you can use the master plan to say whether or not your development makes sense. And I think the Parks and Trails map specifically was supposed to be a tool so that when specific parcels came in that had either an existing trail on them or a potential connection to an existing trail, we could say, hey, look, we have a map here that shows that your property would be a great place to extend this trail, and we'd like to negotiate through the development process to achieve that. So I guess I'm confused about whether we think that is adequate as it exists now, because I remember seeing it when we were doing the river overlay zone. Because there was a lot of concerns by property owners about trails that existed on their property on that map that they didn't necessarily agree with. So I'm just curious where we think we're at.
And I think it's also an extension of the master plan, where our master plan identified this as, these are things that are important to us in terms of.
To me, it's an element of the master.
Exactly. So I think part of this was in light of the master plan, making sure that's updated. It is branded with our current state and with something that we can refer to essentially as an exhibit from the master plan, I think was the intention.
Great, that's helpful.
Does that make sense?
So, yeah, no, I think try to move forward with something like that.
Okay. And I think 11 is just an extension of that, obviously.
Yeah, definitely on the wish list, and tried to have the necessary conversations with the right folks, but it's easier said than done.
Right.
The youth corps projects, wasn't that something where we were bringing in kids and they were doing labor during the summer on trails and things like that?
Yeah, there were. We submitted a GOCO grant application for a youth corps project. I think the last 2, maybe 3 years. We didn't end up submitting anything with this last year, but they were rejected. Well, use the term rejected. They weren't selected all 3 times. But, we can certainly keep trying.
Good. Okay, it's good to.
On 10, just because I hear people kind of gripe about it. We've got several folks that I talk to that are kind of on either side. In terms of just kind of making this an all-inclusive thing, maybe this does have a ranching heritage, and I think that's, to me, feels like it's getting lost a little bit. So I don't know. We need to kind of have that conversation a little bit more in town. I don't know what that would look like, but it kind of brings in kind of some different thought processes between, maybe some newer Ridgway residents to some long-term ranching community residents. So
You should join the Creative Main Street group.
yeah,
Ranching history is a big topic of conversation through drone. You should, sign up with this neat group.
It's been a, I guess you'd call it, on contention for a while, ever since the creative district was formed, really, because Early on, we really tried to reach out to the ranching community to say, hey, get involved. We want you, we can't do it for you. You know, you guys represent, you're part of our community. We need your involvement in order to make sure you're represented. And they just haven't, for whatever reason, stepped up very much. Joan Chismeyer's been the main proponent, done a great job with the Manchester Museum. God, I mean, the fact that she got, what's his name from Dish Network to donate this property with a long-term lease for the Railroad Museum and the Manchester Museum is unbelievable. So I think some things have definitely been accomplished there, but there's certainly always more that we could do, but it takes their involvement. That's the interesting challenge.
Sort of related to this ranching piece, but a little bit off to the side. Will the Old West Fest have to apply for permits this year because they've done 2 years or for use of town property? Because can they not do a parade at rush hour on a Friday next year? Can I tell you, I was coming home and I was like, what is happening? I had multiple people say that. So can, whatever they do, if they get their permit automatically, because it's been 2 years, I know there's some sort of, it becomes administrative.
Right.
Can they just not do a parade at rush hour
On Friday.
on a Friday?
Or on any-
Whatever day.
Right.
If they waited 2 hours, it would have been fine. If they'd have done it 2 hours earlier, it would have been fine. It was really frustrating and just not good.
Yeah, we can make a note and try to,
Yeah, just so it goes wherever you need it to go, because I'll forget by next year.
but I think that's right. I think now it'll be their third.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll have to come in front of us, but can you guys make sure they don't do that?
I think we should also replace Mike Gill's golf cart with a mule with sound effects.
I think Adam has.
Wait a minute, that's not his fault.
I think that,
Yeah.
I'll put it a little more eloquent. I think that speaks to maybe how that community, and I don't know, I'm not a part of it, maybe specifically holding it at that time. So to make a point, I don't know.
I don't know. It felt really disrespectful to people who work in the community is all I'm saying. And like, because the clientele of that festival tends to be older and not commuting. I'm happy for them to have a parade. In fact, I'd love for them to wait 2 hours and I could go to the parade. When it took me 3 light cycles to turn onto Sherman Street, I was frustrated.
Well, it's a good example of the tensions. To me. And
If you're on a horse, you could have gone around.
I know. But then I have to go to work in the mining town and come back to the ranching town, so that doesn't work.
But they don't have a street sweeper.
It's always something. Your point's well taken, and I think Kevin's point's a good one. It's to me, so much of this, everything that we talk about that's controversial, it's about involvement. It's about people, stepping up and getting involved about issues that they care about. I endlessly feel like if people are just going to bitch and moan but not get involved, they don't really have much. I'm not going to give their voice a whole lot of credence, because in a small town like this, if you want to make a difference, you've got to get involved. You just can't bitch and moan. It's that's my soapbox.
Joe would love the support. If you are very strong.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it's history and it's something that,
My sister-in-law's a rancher. I get it. I'm friends with a lot of the ranchers. It's just really.
Bring solutions, don't bring complaints.
And they work their asses off. I mean, I think a lot of them would say, I've worked from dawn to dusk. I can't come to meetings. But there are other opportunities, other ways they can. Just would continue to encourage them to do so. And actually have people like you who relatively newcomer to the town who value that, help represent them. That's huge. So.
I think there's materials over at the visitor center too on display and for sale as well. I was trying to remember, there was some sort of book I saw on the shelf there for the
Great opening. Or whatever.
Yeah. So the chamber, I think, has made some.
Yeah. So
So I bumped into Pat Riley, is that his name? About moving the jail. O'Leary.
Patrick O'Leary, yeah.
O'Leary, not Riley, yeah. He was, of course, at the time, he was dressed like a piece of bacon. He was coming down. But I guess that's still on. He was running into financial issues, and I suggested
He also
apply for our
just-
sharing success grant.
Yeah, he delayed his project this year just for a lot of reasons, and it's gonna probably come back next spring. I don't think anything's off the table,
No, we didn't think
as far as I
so.
know.
I was trying to steer into our grant. We could get $10,000 out of San Diego Power. Which, by the way, for all of you to spread the sharing success grant, which we have no applicants yet. It's coming up in the middle of October is the deadline. So if you know of anybody that, any other, businesses or whatever that can demonstrate a need for funding to improve local economic development, that's the nature of the grant. Like some of the grant, 5,000 of it went to the Ridgway Bike Park last year. They haven't built it yet, but that's an example of scenario. Same with, no, that was it. Anyway, pass the word. Free money.
Doesn't like free money.
Yeah. Well, it's part of it's matched by us, part of it's matched by Basin Electric. They end up kicking in another equal amount. So it's really a $20,000 pop we have to give away.
We've talked about these radar trailers that were deployed, and I think we've actually got money for permanent ones going on. Are we still getting a lot of complaints about people speeding through town? It seems to be fairly common. But
Yeah, it's definitely a common thing. Not recently, at least not on my desk, but yeah, we've budgeted for those more permanent speed radar signs flashing that will go on Sherman, eastbound and westbound. Which
those
CDOT
will be down by the school.
excuse me.
Those will be close to Amelia or where?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Based on our conversation with CDOT. Yeah, summer is, the summer months, higher complaint levels related to speeding. I actually got a email from someone the other day commending the marshal's office and their up to presence on Amelia Street and Sherman, which was really cool. I shared that with Shane and their team, but yeah, I think made great strides in trying to up that presence, especially with all the recent dialogue and stuff. So that's really appreciated. So I appreciate that. You guys do too. But things slow down, I think, a little bit in the winter months, or in my perspective, folks slow down a little bit. But it's always, people always speed, guilty.
Yeah.
But
I've been complaining going slow through town, and like I said, when we had the discussion last time, I'd like to see what Shane's numbers on, he said that the average was low. You can do anything with numbers, so I'd like to see how that was composed. I think we need to up our seriousness, our review of it, because it is only going to take amount of time until some kid gets. A dog is one thing, a human being is another. And that in last year when we were putting up our metal fence, I'm standing there, I watched everybody go by. There was a truck that came down, hit the corner, coming down from the hill, was going so fast he went on the sidewalk and came down. And I went out there and I was on in the road, going like this at him, and he just looked at me and went like that. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? You went on the sidewalk." This is going to be a big thing for, because I see it every day. I'm right there.
I guess it's up to CDOT. I wonder if they, on the last portion of the downhill stretch before the intersection, they put those fart patches, those little.
Oh, the-
rumble
Rumble strips.
Yeah. what they call them.
I know it's such a complicated conversation because there's so many.
yeah, no,
people involved.
going back to the data and the numbers, they've compiled data. Ryan Hansen specifically spent a lot of time, Shane highlighted at the last meeting, spent days out there taking speeds, put together the spreadsheet. It'll be in the next manager's report, but it indicates 97% compliance with.
Is that him using the radar gun or is that the? speeds recorded from the sign?
With the radar gun.
Okay, so that's a huge difference there.
Which?
If he's sitting there in a police presence, if people are gonna slow down. If there's not a car there,
Oh, yeah, sure.
people are gonna just rip through. It's the same thing with those little flashy light signs are gonna help a teeny bit. But once people realize, they're gonna look around and see no police presence and they're gonna speed it.
What helps, you get good data
Yeah.
from that.
From the
because
signs.
it's- Yeah. Now Hotchkiss has those signs and they're downloading the data, and they know
The
when,
ones that are stationary.
Yeah.
At the level. Yeah, okay.
that have the flashing lights when you're going too fast. Those, they record everything that goes by and you can download the data, and it isn't like having a cop there.
And that's the same thing with, is that mobile trailer is also recording.
Shane said that the software doesn't work anymore.
Darn, okay.
It's so old.
We all can think of places, actually, I can't think of too many in Western Colorado, but I can think of places when I was growing up, like you drove through this town called Fircrest and you didn't speed in Fircrest because you were gonna get popped.
Yeah.
They would pop you and they would show up at municipal court for 2 or 3 miles, 4 miles over. It wasn't like you didn't have to be going 10, 20. You had that reputation. And I think at some level, if 97%, that makes sense. 97% of people probably do follow it, How do we ticket those 3%? Because it won't take very long, especially among people who commute through Ridgway on a regular basis, to know that 3% is there. And if you're a visitor, then we'll pop you and we'll take your money and you won't come back to court until contest it. I don't know. I think that ultimately, you're right, winds up being the biggest thing is there a consequence? And I know Shane is doing everything.
Yeah, those guys are great. I've talked to them a lot. And it's not me saying they're not doing their job. It's just, it's kind of one of those things. If you're there and it's in your face every day, it's kind of one of those things where even if you try to turn your back to it, you turn around and it's like there again. And it's kind of
It's towns exactly like Ridgway that have a highway that runs through where people are on their way places where people do wind up with that being an issue.
I feel like I see a lot of speed every time I'm walking or riding down there. People are going fast.
And whenever I know people who are coming in from out of town, like, do not speed, like, do not go even 1 mile over the speed limit. We have so many,
Oh, I'm just like, don't do it. Like,
Yeah.
I live here, don't do it. Like,
but yeah.
Well, so all of these measures are sticks. Maybe we get a carrot like an ice cream stand. Slow enough to grab an ice cream.
pulled you over to give you
the
this.
carrot didn't hit a child or a dog or like kick up unnecessary dust or like
Or
Get
have to
a ticket.
yeah.
It happened 2 nights ago. We were moving our bed frame into our house and scared the deer out of the yard. We're both sitting there going, do we move or not? Because we know exactly what the thing's gonna do. It's gonna jump over the road, and sure it did. It got off by a truck. Yeah,
You literally.
yeah. So you're sitting there and you're going, and the guy was coming in hot, and
That's all.
and so either way.
Oh my gosh, you must have done terrible. But it wasn't your fault. Oh, no. Yep. Wildland interface. On a more mundane topic, item number 11 it's the last one under vibrant, balanced economy, community value 4. Top half of page numbers down here. Okay, so it's the one about repaint, restain park, Rollins Park restrooms, Hartwell Park gazebo restrooms. During the Barrel Fest out here, we got a call, or somebody came over to Steve and I saying
It's a restroom.
the men's rooms. And I hadn't been in there in a while, and I was really kind of shocked how in bad shape it was. Definitely, that should be,
It was in rough shape on that day.
yeah.
Well, I remember there being a line of men waiting, so I just like stood there assuming there was a line for the women's bathroom, because if there's a line for the men's bathroom, there's definitely a line for the women's bathroom, but no, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it takes a beating through the summer.
Yeah.
Those restrooms and the vandalism especially.
Do we see a lot of that?
What's that?
A lot of vandalism.
in the men's
The men's
bathroom,
restroom specifically, the locks get
jammed.
jammed, messed up. Homeless people, others just, messing around.
Hmm.
But there's a lot that goes on with those restrooms. So, yeah,
Yeah, I wonder, what do other communities do? I mean, I know in a lot of communities, they just use the term harden, they use stainless steel fixtures instead of porcelain. And they,
That's what Gunnison does, I think, downtown restaurant.
is there some of that stuff we could look at or get some advice from other communities
let's
that
have a look at that. Like the restrooms down at River Bottom in Montrose, I think they're kind of like that.
a lot more industrial and yeah, anyway,
And built for wear and tear.
not to complain, but it was pretty shocking to see how out of shape it was.
Do we have public restrooms that are open year round?
What do you mean?
24/7?
Yeah.
24/7, no.
Okay.
No,
So you
but they're
probably
open
get
year
people
round.
sleeping in them.
No, they're locked at night.
That's what I mean. If it was,
If they weren't
if they
locked
were
at
not,
night.
you'd have people sleeping in them probably. Yeah. Or whatever. Yeah.
We're not-
They
we're not
they
even-
get
doesn't matter.
vandalized without them being all open all night. They
Yeah.
get vandalized, so.
All the more reasons, as Terry said, was it Kevin said, get a porta potty downtown.
Oh, yeah.
So that people aren't just peeing everywhere.
Porta potty where?
Just somewhere downtown, especially like if COVID locks us down more and everybody's out on the sidewalk with Colorado boy all winter. We were talking, Sue Bush was involved in the discussion with Preston about it, and actually found a location, but never actually implemented. Putting
Yeah, we found a location for a porta john and Sue and the company to end up moving forward with
It's
placing.
actually called Porta Preston's now.
That was one of the better jokes right there.
That was good.
Space to create. won't have a public restroom in it. It's not broken.
That's a good question.
That's a really good question. I mean,
Not that I heard, but I would think the community room should have a.
should have a restroom.
Community room, but that won't be open.
Yeah, we wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Because I know it'll have public accessible stairwells and things like that, which could be another problem.
Yeah. I guess typically a building like that wouldn't have. So are
the
the,
Preston's place?
curiously, is the bathrooms at the athletic park, those are locked in the winter all the time, right?
I think they open them for the soccer. They're opening
If there's an
during the
event,
soccer when kids are there.
But that's right, during the winter, they're
pretty much
closed all the time, just based on the smaller amount of usage.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with the pickleball folks a couple weeks ago, and that was something that they griped about a little bit, not having that restroom open during the winter months, because they're always out there.
Right.
They're always out there playing pickleball. So.
Interesting.
At least it's not beer pong.
Well,
We get a lot of camper and RV traffic out in that parking lot,
By the athletic park.
by that bathroom, and not only that was playing, just,
Oh, yeah.
that's, it's
Here.
it's fun.
RV.
Surprised me.
A lot of RVs. I mean, there's always been, I think, but just since COVID, especially this last summer, RVs, a lot of different places, especially these parking lots.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine out there, I've never actually looked, but people get creative in trying to find spots they can just post up.
And there's not a lot of signage in town, so I mean, has that been a problem? Has anybody for the public downtown complained or brought it up, just the number of people kind of parking around? Or?
We've got
I think so.
some signs to direct RV parking this way on Lena, South Railroad, or to park on that empty spot by Cornberg's block.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
The only comments that we get is about the RVs parking over by the coffee shop. And then,
Yeah.
the police did do some things to try to move them other places, but we haven't really heard from business owners.
I guess the point of what I was even saying is that I'm a little surprised that we don't get more feedback based upon the number of vans and stuff. So it's kind of all good until it's not, I guess. Sales tax dollars.
Yeah, which is, well, I don't know, I feel like it's something that's really hard to crack down on at all when you say things like, we don't have housing, these are all situations that are compounding on themselves. It's the spillover issues, I think, that you address. It is the, sanitation issues, it is the trash outside, it's all of those pieces. And I say that as somebody who is now your council member who came to town in a van and slept in a van on the side street unobtrusively. And so this is a community I want to be a part of. I think you want to be careful about criminalizing the sleeping on the street. It's the side effects that you go after, because those are the impacts to the community.
The bathrooms at Heritage Park, are those just 9 to 5 or do they stay open? Do they get
It's
locked?
just 9 to 5, because the visitor center gets locked. In fact, it's summer's only 10 to 2.
But they're not open during winter months. Right, so that's another item as part of that implementation plan is looking at a restroom facility for Heritage Park. But we want to get those construction plans updated so we know where things should be put based on the land and stuff. So.
I'd like to add something under your succession planning item.
Okay.
I'll work through next year, and I'm not sure about the year after.
What?
I've told you.
I know, I was trying to act surprised myself.
Thanks for letting us know, Joanne. We knew we couldn't have you working here forever.
Yep.
Been a
we
long
really
haul,
know
been like 4
Huh?
years.
So do we really know that?
We've been working here since 84, 85.
You and me both.
Yeah. Yep, you're the only, you and Randy.
3 of us.
Yeah,
Well, thanks for letting us know.
yeah, and we'll be going back down to Las Cruces probably in the next couple of weeks. Be back. I'll zoom in and stuff.
Okay.
But we'll be back in time for me to go sit in Lake City and watch construction. And because Little Blue is closed, I'm gonna live there for 3 months.
Okay. You got a winter place in Las Cruces?
Yeah. So,
I'll just say thanks for letting us know. It's
yeah, and anything I can do if you guys want some help figuring out what's next. And if you want to bring somebody on before we're fully out of here, that's fine too.
That'd be a good idea to transition.
Definitely recommend that.
Little
Institutional.
institutional member download, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is never gonna be enough, but it's gonna be something.
Can you just spend a couple weeks
Just
Okay.
spilling stuff out.
You could just like record yourself talking while driving to Las Cruces. All of the debates that have happened, like, we did this.
just between
because-
here and Government Springs Road when you drive back. Half an hour at a time. The institutional memory things that we do.
And, Olathe, what we've told Olathe is we're still gonna have our phones.
Don't say that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'll call you. You know, I'll
that's
call you.
okay.
Yeah.
I won't, I'll email.
Ron hasn't been in a council meeting in a really long time. He was pretty floored with the discussion Thursday night.
Was he?
Yeah. Just wasn't I don't know why he wasn't. I mean, I told him it was gonna be controversial.
He was still surprised by.
He was still surprised, yeah.
Hasn't been to a meeting in a while, has he?
That's what I said. He
Yeah,
hasn't
I-
done this in a
I
while.
didn't, I didn't think it was as bad as it very
I had
possibly could be.
I had a few big ones
Yeah.
myself.
Well, on the strategic plan, as we move forward, do you guys think of anything, like if you wake up in the middle of the night?
Call Preston.
Call right then.
No text, call.
Email.
His door. 9:30 at night.
Just,
Him wants to shut her phone off at night.
but this won't be the last time. I mean, November 10th is the next budget discussion. Have some more conversation there. You all see. That was the retreat.
Okay,
Really appreciate y'all's time today.
super positive. Thanks for.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to do it again? next?
We got enough food to do it again next week.
How many people did you order food for? I did not order all that. That's not what I ordered. And Katie wasn't there today. I paid her yesterday. We did it and she wasn't there when I called over there. And I don't know who was in the kitchen, but they doubled what I ordered. Like, okay.
So is that gonna hang out in the fridge or should we all just like
Oh, we've got
go
a-
push it on
We've
people?
got a staff who.
Okay,
We would be happy
They're
to
waiting.
partake.
until
Take-
Monday.
take some.
really?
Oh, yeah.
Take one if you.
Oh, I'm,
I'm planning to get another half a sandwich. These are good.
That all of council.
John, you want to
Comes through the office. on
Yes.
Monday.
yeah.
Well, your guys, we are
Yeah.
adjourned.
You better get your.
Oh, that's
Yeah.